In a world of mages and magic, the last heir of the most powerful family. Russell Raymond is his name, our freaking protagonist. A third circle mage with grand ambitions and a cursed past, however. He isn't as incredible of a mage as he appears to be because he was expelled from the Magic Academy, without honor and without a certain future, and for all these reasons, his only choice to survive was becoming a mercenary. But destiny has good plans for him, because he is the cornerstone of this epic story, receiving a second chance to restart everything all over again. This was the calling for him to become something far beyond what he ever dreamed of. This is the beginning of the story of our protagonist, Russell Raymond, our dragon-devouring mage. The story begins with this old man here, asking if he really is from the Raymond family. But that's the name of the founding family, says the old man. If this kid really is from the Raymond family, why on earth is he dressed like that? Bro, but anyway, after the old man sees his identification tag, right there, he let our protagonist pass, man. The other guard there asks the old man if he knows that boy. The old man says Hayes from the founding family, the Raymond family. The guy gets a bit confused. Like, why is he wearing those clothes? So if Hayes from the founding family, looks like the founding family isn't all that great. But our protagonist doesn't give a crap about those pieces of trash, man. And he finally arrived in the capital of Camelot. While he was walking, there he stops in front of the magic tower, where all the tower guardians gather. And as incredible as it seems, he also worked very hard to try to get there. To prevent the downfall of his family, later, when he died in the war against the Empire, they had to flee from the castle, because our protagonist had to enter the tower to reclaim his territories. However, he was separated from his mother. At that moment, it was an impossible dream for the boy, because he was expelled from the academy before he could even apply to the magic tower. You failed 3 subjects in the history of this academy. This is the first time this has happened. You're actually good at theory, but you can't even complete a second circle. Magic circle. The reason our protagonist couldn't make a second circle. Magic circle is because he has a condition called the narrowing of mana veins. Narrowing of mana veins is a condition where you are born with thin and weak mana, and because of this, he can only handle a small amount of mana in his body. For these reasons, he can't unleash any magic. Truly, this is the greatest punishment heaven can bestow upon a mage returning. To the present, he was a bit lost in thought, because during his career, as a mercenary, by a stroke of luck, he managed to complete the second magic circle. However, he is still just a third circle mage. Right, bro? While he was lost in thought right there, a guy opens the door saying that the residue quota for temporary work is finished, meaning they'll have to come back tomorrow, man. The guy gets really pissed off because they stayed there all day, waiting for this job. Well, there's no helping it, man. They're going to have to get going, bro. But as the guys were leaving, they mentioned that the museum is looking for temporary mages. The blonde guy says they should try there, but the other ugly guy asks if Hayes going crazy, because they are looking only for first circle mages to do cleaning, and they wouldn't stoop to that. But unlike them, obviously our protagonist accepts it, right, man? A while later at the Grand Museum of Laroom, a guy was explaining that they are the biggest museum in the entire kingdom. And blah, 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 he goes on, saying that aristocrats will visit the National Museum this week, meaning this place has to be pristine. And if any piece is accidentally damaged, you'd better prepare for the consequences. Oh, our professor doesn't care about that at all, right? They're probably all fake, damn it. What a dramatic guy. However, as he was walking there, he passes by a somewhat familiar place, a room called the Hall of Fantastic Species. And obviously, he stops right there. Curious, right? But while he was thinking there, something in his pocket started vibrating. When he checks, it's his ring. I mean the ring that he puts on his finger. No, that's not it. No, man, the ring his mother gave. To him, that's the one. Clearly, this makes him even more curious. And when he least expected it, his body moved on its own into the room. He felt as if he were being pushed by destiny to see it. And as soon as he enters, there's a fossil of a giant. Dragon, man, and as. He walks toward the fossil. The ring starts to vibrate. More, he closes his eyes in hopes of remembering something, and finally, he recalls a memory from when he was younger, while he was walking with his mother, in this very same room he is in now. He pointed to a place that apparently had nothing but. He remembered that the heart of the ancient dragon lies in that place. A dragon's heart. And the ring, which looks like the eyes of a dragon. With that, he puts on the ring and wonders why the great dragon brought him there. And as soon as he put on the ring stopped vibrating. He gets a bit curious, like, why where? Did it go? Maybe? Hayes just imagining things. But out of nowhere, the ring starts releasing an incredibly powerful magic. Because the dragon's heart and I have met, thus opening another eye. The dragon says that he is enough to become the cornerstone of a new mythology. It will grant him a new chance for the sake of mythology, and that's when he realized that the wheels that move the world have broken. It seems that right there, his long-dreamed-off destiny was beginning just like that. The system is activated, and the eye of the divine Dragon King is starting to confirm the world's information. He gets a bit confused, because what is this annoying sound, however? He recognizes this voice from somewhere. What's happening? And just as he was opening his eyes to see who it is, he took a hit to the head to wake him up, man. It was his professor, absolutely furious with him, because he was sleeping in class. Obviously, Hayes totally confused. What do you mean Professor Humbert is here? Didn't he die years ago? He takes a little look to the side, takes a little look to the other side, and sees his classmates. And as soon as he looks down, he sees that Hayes smaller than normal. When he puts his hand on his face, he realizes that he went back to the past, man. And since he was sleeping in class, the professor kicks him out, of course. However, our protagonist gets a bit curious. Because did he really travel through time? This kind of magic well, to tell the truth. This can't even be called magic. That's when he remembers the dragon's words. That, for the sake of mythology, it would give him a new chance, so he definitely went back. But when he looks at his finger, the ring was gone, man. But while our protagonist was lost in his thoughts, the professor went outside asking why he was sleeping in class, especially since Hayes not like that. He just apologizes there. There's no other way, right? It looks like they're going to have to talk. So the professor asks him to go to his office after lunch, but even though Hayes getting chewed out by the professor, our protagonist gets happy. Right, because it's been a long time since he last got into trouble. But out of nowhere, someone sneaks up behind him and hits him hard on the head, man. Who the hell did that, you son of a bitch? And when he looks, there are 3 bullies who used to torment his life. Before that, who? The blonde guy. He says that Hayes too relaxed. So, he tries to slap our protagonist across the face. But the blonde guy stops him. Because the professors are watching them, man, you can't do this here. He calls him an idiot, then tells our protagonist that he asked him to take notes for him, but it seems he was busy sleeping. That blonde guy right there is coma. Frederick, if you don't want to die, follow me to the bathroom. Our protagonist had forgotten what this feeling was like. He also forgot that this kind of thing happens, but when he looks down, he sees something a bit strange out of nowhere. A system window appears right in front of him, saying, "Escape the bullying. Teach a lesson to the 3 bullies who are bullying you, obviously." Hayes a bit confused, like, what the hell is this, man? Is this real? But While our protagonist was looking at the system window, the blonde guy asks him what Hei's doing. You know there's no use running away from us. But if you're scared, you can try to run. Obviously, our protagonist is pissed off at him, man, because a quest like this wasn't even necessary. Especially since he was going to destroy them anyway. Right, man, after years and years of living as a mercenary, this is nothing compared to the killing intent he used to feel from monsters. Compared to those beasts, these guys are even cute. And look, the blonde guy gets excited, saying that he finally decided to listen, right, man? Yeah, I listened, you miserable cockroach. And obviously, after hearing that ugly guy who tried to slap him lunges at our protagonist with everything, man. But that's nothing to our protagonist. He dodges, passing right by the ugly guy's punch. And boom, he hits him right in the stomach, and with just one punch. He knocks out the guy, sending him flying, man. And when he falls, the other lackey tries to say something. But he also gets taken down instantly. The blonde guy is impressed by this, not expecting it from a fallen family. In the academy, there is a rule that they cannot use magic inside, but they can still fight physically. So, he charges at our protagonist with everything. Using a ring that gives him more strength, however, our protagonist is just completely relaxed, man. And just when the blonde guy thought he had beaten our protagonist, he stops his punch. With a single hand, Frederick, you were surpassed in the rankings by your brother, and your family gave up on an idiot. Like you, a piece of disgusting trash. Like, you dares to mention my family's name? And when the blonde guy sees this, he becomes scared to death, saying, you'll pay for this and blah, blah, blah. But our protagonist just lands a heavy punch right on his face and knocks him out too, man. From now on, behave yourselves, you trash. That's if you don't want to die a while after beating the crap out of those two ugly guys, man. He sat on the ground and enjoyed a nice break. Right, to rest, man, since he was just reborn. And since he beat the crap out of those extras, he completed the quest, thus receiving a rank magic stone. What makes him curious is that it's written there that it's consumable, meaning Hei's supposed to eat it, right? Well, since it says it's consumable, he swallows it down, and as soon as he eats the mana stone, an insane amount of magic begins to emanate from his body. However, the mana was leaking out of his body instead of going into his magic circle, so he closes his eyes to focus and absorb all that magic properly. He manages to absorb everything into his magic circle. This is great for him because with this, he can overcome his narrowing of mana veins condition, his family's downfall, his expulsion from the academy, and being a third-rate mercenary mage. At this moment, he can change all of that a while. Later, he went to meet the professor in his office. At the academy, the professor says that today he seems a bit different than usual. What's going on? Are you going through some difficulty? My boy, this is Professor Humbert in the past life of our protagonist. This professor was someone who didn't give up on him until the very end. He always wanted to say something to the professor. You don't need to worry. Thank you, Professor. Even with our protagonist thanking him and all, since he fell asleep in class, he will have to be punished. Right. He tells him to write an analytical report from pages 62 to 74 of the intensive elementary studies, and it's a section that even the upperclassmen have trouble with. Man, will our guy manage to do it, man? I don't know. But let's find out right now. And after the professor assigns this material to him, the prompt window pops up, write complete. Professor Humbert's task? Depending on the completion level and Professor Humbert's satisfaction level, you will receive an additional reward, obviously. As always, the reward is a mana stone. This leaves our boy curious, right? Because even assignments have quests now. Professor Humbert asks, if there's any problem with the task, is it too difficult for you, boy? However, our protagonist says no and thanks him for the assignment. Sometime later in our protagonist's room, he was doing the assignment, and he says that for him, it's not difficult. It's actually easy, after all, in his past life. Due to his hopeless mana ability, he worked extremely hard, studying theory to compensate for it. And even while working as a mercenary, he never stopped studying, right? However, in this life, there is something just as important as studying, training his mana veins. The mana vein is the path through which mana circulates. The mana absorbed through breathing circulates through the mana veins, gathers in the heart, and then magic is released. From there, first circle magic, fire magic, and boom. In other words, the stronger the mana vein is, the more mana is collected, and the faster the release is. However, back then, his mana vein was extremely weak, and he struggled while fighting monsters. But on that very same day, while he was fighting a monster right after being thrown against a wall, he accidentally found a certain place. Did the heavens pity him? Or was it just pure luck? Because he had found an ancient ruin of unknown origin, where two grimoires lay inside, and luckily for him, the grimoires were about mana veins. And the mage's body? One of the grimoires talked about the mana vein, and the other grimoire trains the physical body and expands the vein. The mage's body is a grimoire that replaces muscle tissue with a part of the mana vein. In other words, the stronger our protagonist's body gets, the firmer the mana vein will become. The extent of the change wasn't that big while he was in his adult body. However, in his current growth stage, he will achieve even greater results. This time, he swears he will overcome this disease. A while later, the boy was dead tired. Right? Tired man? But just as he was thinking of stopping, the system pops up. Right? A mission 2. Practice ancient magic on the mana vein. And also run 5 kilometers. And obviously, he gets disappointed. Everything was normal until now. Why change it? But then the system starts spamming a bunch of notifications. Right there that I won't read because I'm lazy. If you guys want to read it, it's right there on the screen anyway. There's no way around it. Looks like our boy will have to run 5 kilometers, especially since he can't waste this opportunity. So, off he goes, and just like that, he starts running after a while. He ran 1.5 kilometers, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, and there's only a little bit left, almost dying right there, just like me. Like, am not gonna exercise, man. He pushes himself a bit more and lets go. Boy. A while later, he managed to complete the mission, but while our boy was resting, after running 5 kilometers, someone was watching him the next day. He handed all the reports to the professor. Clearly, the professor gets a bit curious, asking, "Did you really do this yourself?" Our boy says, "Yes, and in case he doesn't believe him, he can take a mana oath." The professor is intrigued. A mana oath. And since our boy is totally calm, relaxed, and at peace, the professor believes him, and since Professor Humbert believed him, he completed the mission, man. Comprehension increased. In the art of beast summoning, thanks to the increased comprehension, the following effects take place: an increase in magic power, a decrease in mana consumption, and reduced spellcasting time. In other words, this means that the higher his level of comprehension is, the stronger he will become in this case. Just as Professor Humbert was about to send our boy away, he asks him for a favor. He asked to enter the professor's library. But Professor Humbert says that the student library should have more than enough books. To meet his needs, however, our boy just drops a truth bomb. I've already read all of those books. And of course, Professor Humbert was totally shook, man. He thought it was incredible, however. He needs to see if our boy is qualified to go in there. Thus, he received a new quest, complete Professor Humbert's task. A while later, our boy was training as usual, right? But when our boy was just chilling there, drinking his water, or whatever that was, man, Lauren, And his lackeys showed up again, our boy. Asks if he came all this way. To get revenge, Lauren? Says no. Saying, who would want revenge on a piece of trash? Like you, see you in class, Russell? And that's when our boy remembers the practical magic combat class. A class that ranks students when they duel against one another. And obviously it's the class where he was always humiliated. He can't just stand there, especially since he needs to get revenge on that jerk. Thus, he received a new quest. Boy, reach the second circle. And he did everything to get stronger. From studying hard, which is what he always did, to training to his absolute limit, and to complete Professor Humbert's quest. He did tons of tasks to gain access to the library, and after a long time working tirelessly, he managed to complete the quests there a while. Later in our boy's room, he was looking pretty thoughtful, because consuming all the mana stones. Could his body really handle it? Anyway, this is no time for him to be overthinking. He'll have to trust the grueling training. Hay's been doing all this time, so he downs the mana stones, chugging them down, and just like that, an insane amount of mana starts flowing through his body. It feels incredible, as if his body is on fire. However, he needs to find the path and visualize the mana currents, rotating them to form a new circle. If he fails at this, he will die. But Hay's already made up his mind no matter what. He has to endure this magic, and just like that, an insane beam of magic shoots out of his window. And in the end, he successfully reached the second circle. Man, the boy is working himself to the bone, right? Cut him some slack. The guy isn't made of iron. The next day, Professor Humbert was deeply impressed with him. Since he managed to complete all the tasks, however, for him to gain entry to the library, the professor's library, Professor Humbert has one last question, one that is a bit more fundamental than the previous ones. He says that this question is closer to the truth among the four structures that make up magic, which one of them is the most important. For a moment, our protagonist hesitated. Then, the professor sees that he asked a very difficult question. This and that and blah 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 blah. However, our protagonist says that the answer is mental visualization. The professor asks why he thinks that. He says that magic is the manifestation of something in the real world. Mages classify magic into a 4-level process. Assimilation, where you learn the principles of natural phenomena. Mental visualization, where you visualize what you learned in your mind. Construction, where you use the formula in order to manifest the visualization. And manifestation, where magic comes to exist in the real world. Assimilating, constructing, and manifesting can be learned through effort and study. However, mental visualization is not something you can achieve with simple effort alone, but only by overcoming your limits in achieving the freedom of imagination. Through courage, that is what determines the level of the user's mental visualization. For example, here we have a simple flame. If I imagine this flame to be an arrow, it becomes the second circle magic, fire arrow. If you imagine anything else besides an arrow, then a new magic will emerge, thus becoming a completely different magic. And if he doesn't put a limit on his mental visualization, he can create something that doesn't exist in this world. Something miraculous, like a shadow, where the sun shines, or hot ice. Everything starts with the understanding of the world, but ends by touching the rules of the world. That is what magic means. Professor Humbert is impressed. It was just as he thought. The student library is too small for you, boy. And with that, he completes another mission. A while later, in the professor's library, our protagonist was there. Wow, because there's everything there, from trajectory magic, traditional ballistics, botany magic, and blah 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 blah. It has all of that there, man. However, while our protagonist was there studying peacefully, and someone is sending me a message on this damn thing, someone behind his back says, that he is reading a very interesting book, however. When our protagonist looks, there was nobody there, because that person was already right in front of him, man. This is Daria Snow White, the master of the Flame Tower. Boy, I'm telling you guys, she's gorgeous, man. Sometimes it's not even about the iPhone. And being a gentleman, our protagonist introduces himself, saying it's a pleasure to meet the master of the Flame Tower. It's a pleasure to meet you, master. My name is Russell Raymond. Obviously, our protagonist is impressed. Because the hot older lady I mean, Master Daria is already in the 8th circle, and there are few people who can reach that level. Even though she's over 80 years old, there's no... When she looks 80, no. Way, man. Never. Look at this. She uses an incredible amount of mana to maintain her youthful appearance. She looks like someone straight out of Naruto, and also, she is the master of the best magic tower. Ranked in the red faction, she gets impressed because he knows her, but she doesn't know him, right, man? So, he asks what she is doing. There, she says, he doesn't even need to be nervous. She pulls out a candy there and gives it to him. Look. What is this? Nothing. Never mind. Forget it. It's for me. That candy there after receiving. A candy from the hot older lady, Daria. Asks how a student managed to enter the professor's library. Then our protagonist says that Professor Humbert gave him permission. Right, that's what made her even more curious. How did that stingy guy let you in here? So, right, and she gets very interested. Because our protagonist's mana is extremely pure, as well as his mana distribution, which is very stable. How rare, our protagonist gets confused. Did she notice something? But she tells him not to worry, especially since she isn't there to teach him anything. And completely ignoring me, our protagonist just says, thanks, you know? Anyway, after talking to our protagonist, she tells him to get stronger and get lost. Of course. Tower Master, a while. After reading a lot, our protagonist also got lost, right? But when our protagonist was standing there admiring the door, man, that little redhead and his henchman appeared again. No way. Man, this crazy guy is following our protagonist. Everywhere, dude. This guy is everywhere, man. Well, the henchmen get a bit curious about why Hayes coming out of the professor's library. However, the redhead says he must have kissed some professor's ass. Number. Way, man, do your best. Russell Raymond, a good while later in the magic battle class, one of the professors was saying that the first one to be called must go down to the arena and choose a student as their opponent. Isn't that a bit unbalanced, man? But anyway, most of the time, the professors usually choose the weakest students. First, what an asshole, man. So that this year, they can choose someone of the same level. Last time, for our protagonist, he was always the first to be called. Everyone starts talking, betting that Russell will be the first. Again, this and that, however. The professor tells everyone to be quiet, because he is going to choose the first student. Right now. Damn it. Stop sending messages, dude. The first one is Anton. Frederick, that little redhead, over there, and as soon as he passes the professor, you guys already know it was rigged. Right, guys? It's a total setup. But our protagonist already knew about it, right? And the first person Anton chooses, obviously, is our protagonist. Russell Raymond, get the hell down here. Sometime before Russell's battle, our hot old lady went to visit Professor Humbert. He asks what she is doing there. She says it's no big deal. Just a teacher visiting her student, then. She asks if he gave a pass for a boy named Russell to enter the library. He says yes, and asks if Russell did something wrong. She says no, that she hadn't seen something so rare in a long time. And the clueless professor says she's right. His talent, his mana veins, this and that, and blah, 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 blah. But Daria tells him Hayes a fool, because that child overcame his own problem. And the clueless guy continues. Without understanding, right? She says that Russell has already formed his second circle. Bro returning to the present in the battle between that ugly guy and our protagonist. As always, our protagonist has already received a quest. Win during the magic training. The reward is a lower grade magic stone, and a new inventory slot has been unlocked. And obviously our protagonist gets interested, right man? Because the slot is a magic space that only mages can use, and this will be very useful for our protagonist to store his magic stones, right? But enough talk, the ugly guy asked if our protagonist froze, beg, and ill forgive you? Haha, beg, stop being an idiot. Wow, I'm impressed, because with this magic, he really cured his condition. Screw that ugly guy. Less talking and more fighting, damn it, he uses second circle magic, flamethrower. But that's nothing for our protagonist, man. He uses a tilted shield and deflects the flames upward. The chubby guy gets impressed, because he uses a slightly tilted shield to deflect the flames upward. And that ugly guy who teamed up with Anton? Is it Anton, man? I don't. No, I don't remember that ugly guy's name. He gets totally confused because Russell is using magic. You see that ugly guy? You're in deep trouble. Meanwhile, the redhead can no longer endure maintaining this magic. And of course, our protagonist noticed that, man. As soon as the ugly guy's magic ends, he uses second circle magic arrows. Man, it pierces right through the ugly guy, right? However, it wouldn't be so easy to defeat the ugly guy, just like that. He uses a magic shield, underestimating our protagonist, thinking that he would only be able to shoot a single magic arrow, but when he looks, there were already several coming right at him, man. That guy with glasses is impressed, because it's not a double casting. But the chubby guy says no. It really looks like a double casting, but it's more like his casting speed is so fast that it just appears to be that way. And Ando, realizing that our protagonist can only use fire magic, uses a shield specialized for fire. Second circle magic, fire protection. But that was exactly what our protagonist was waiting for. Man, he says that once. Our protagonist's magic runs out. He will be the winner. However, second circle magic, wind, arrow, and boom, he hits the guy dead on, man. But it didn't end there, man. When the ugly guy least expected it, our protagonist was right in front of him. I'm going to take it all, and boom, take that. Even though he was almost defeated, the ugly guy tried to use lightning magic. But do you really think our protagonist would let him? Man, of course. Not. He moves past him, and boom, he gets hit again. Take another beating, you loser, man. The guy with glasses gets desperate. What kind of magic is that? Stop this match immediately. But Professor Humbert says that it's not magic. Look closely at him, Professor. And when the ugly guy with glasses looks at him, he sees our protagonist covered in mana. It's almost like a knight's armor. Professor Humbert says that he doesn't know how he managed to do it, but you really found a way, Russell. And just like that, our protagonist finally won against Ando. There we go. I don't know, man, that crazy guy is such a loser that I don't even remember his name. Manhwa, what are you doing? Shouldn't you announce the winner? The winner is Russell Raymond. The guy with glasses says he did a good job and that he can leave now. But our protagonist says Hay's not done. According to the room's rules, unless the winner forfeits, I will choose my next opponent. You're next. And obviously Hay's doing this, guys, to complete that mission where he has to win the magic duel. Come at me, boy. And for some reason, it didn't show the next battles. It must be because those guys are total trash a while later in Professor Humbert's office. He was saying that our protagonist won 14 times in a row. See, that's why I didn't show the battles. Those guys are seriously total trash, man, and not. Only was Professor Humbert impressed, but the other professors were too. Even though it was the first time they saw him, they noticed Russell's mana potential. And anyway, the professor gets curious and wonders how he evolved so quickly. Russell Raymond. Interesting. Meanwhile, our protagonist completed the missions, thereby receiving the storage box. He gets a bit curious, wondering if the reward is inside the storage box, and to test it, he puts his hand inside to check. As soon as he pulls his hand out, he sees it's a map. Go to the location marked on the map and complete the designated mission. Upon approaching the location, the lights will guide your path. He will earn 5 intermediate less mana stones. He also receives a warning telling him to only attempt this achievement once he reaches the 3rd circle, and he gets a bit confused reaching the 3rd circle. How is he going to do that? Boy, the 3rd circle. He had already encountered it several times before his regression, but he could never reach that level. Will he be able to make it this time? And since he doesn't, no, he went to take a look in the library to use the professor's information. Maybe he can find some clue. Just like that, he begins to studying and studying various different things, but he couldn't find anything. If he can't find this location, he will have to focus on reaching the 3rd circle first. While our protagonist was walking around, everyone there was talking about him. And clearly he feels a bit down because although he escaped the resentment and the bullying, he is still all alone. But then Professor Humbert appears, calling out to him, and asks if he can come with him for a moment. But the old professor cuts him off in a long time. Later in the room, Professor Humbert asks our protagonist if he has any plans for the summer break. Our protagonist says, not yet. So Professor Humbert asks him if he can help with a research project, but while Professor Humbert was explaining everything he needs to do, he sees a magazine on top of the table that caught his attention, and that's when he realizes that the location in the magazine is the exact place he had been looking for all this time. So he apologizes to Professor Humbert, because to tell the truth, he does have plans for this summer. Now, this is where the professor gets really confused. I mean, didn't he just say he didn't have any plans? But anyway, he says, hey, he's going to that place in the magazine, the famous Maldives island. A few days later, our protagonist was traveling to the Maldives. And since it's far as hell, it's time to grab some food, right? Because a guy's not made of iron, and his food is a mana stone. Look at that. Meanwhile, the old man driving the carriage finds it a bit strange, because it really is summer. But why is it so hot, man? He didn't know our boy back there is, like, man, totally focused, trying to reach the 3rd circle. Meanwhile, Professor Humbert was finding it a bit strange. Hayes also going to the Maldives. Wait, who else is over there then? Man, is she that hot, man. Meanwhile, in the Maldives, Daria was just there, man, soaking up the sun. And hey, guys, you can't deny she's totally hot, man, and she's only there because this city is her hometown. She wonders when her last vacation was. I'm always on my feet, having to give magic research presentations and even develop my students 963. 6-3. Numbers hold special meanings for mages. The 9th circle represents the final destination of those who walk the path of magic. The 6th circle represents one's realization as a mage while walking the path to become a great mage. And the 3rd circle marks the beginning of one's journey in life as a mage. And after she talks about the beginning of the journey, she gets a bit curious. She wonders if that kid is doing well. Obviously, she's talking about our protagonist, right, man? Meanwhile, our boy is stuffing his face. He's got to eat, right? Because a guy's not made of iron. Man, in reality, Hayes only eating like crazy because he passed out, man, while trying to reach the 3rd circle. But it seems it was worth it, right? Since he managed to reach the 3rd circle, however, he can't just be satisfied with this. He has to go much further anyway. Now that he has reached the 3rd circle, he needs to find that location on the map. But since it's his first time, it's quite difficult. Luckily for our protagonist, a guy starts shouting, "Over there, that Hayes doing a tour of the volcano. Special discount. Today only, sometime." Later, that guy giving the tour is explaining, Hayes talking about the legendary volcano, and blah blah blah, that it became a volcano. Before it was just a mountain and whatever, nobody cares about that, but it makes our protagonist curious. It changed its nature just by being there. There's only one creature in the world capable of that, and this creature is a red dragon. Now, this is more like it. Doing here, right? Look at this idiot, man. While the ugly guy who was leading everyone was distracted, our protagonist didn't waste any time and took off, right, boy? Especially because he needs to do this alone. So here we go, right? A while later, our protagonist arrived at the location, and he finally understood what the map meant about the light guiding him. It's telling him to go through the waterfall. Right, so he uses the wind arrow and shoots right through. Let's go, boy. But there's one thing making our boy curious, because the quest said for him to reach the third circle, but there isn't any monster. There, man. What do you mean, boy? However, while our protagonist was walking, there he senses a presence. It seems like he forgot about his days as a mercenary and let his guard down in a situation where there are no monsters, beasts, or sound. This means you have entered the territory of a powerful predator, in other words, a Komodo dragon. And obviously, it charges at our protagonist with everything it's got, boy. But for our protagonist, this isn't good at all. It comes leaping right at him. The only problem is that it's a monster that can only be defeated by at least a group of mercenaries. In other words, the only thing our boy can do right now is run away, boy. Just like that, he activates second circle magic, lightning arrow, and man, it hit the Komodo dragon dead on. And obviously with that, he bought himself some time. So he took off, boy. However, when our protagonist was almost at the door, the guards wouldn't let him pass because he isn't worthy to enter with his mana. Obviously, our protagonist is completely confused since he doesn't know what to do, but he has no time to stand around thinking about it, boy. If I can't get in through there, I'll make my own path. So he uses second circle magic, fire ray, however. For some reason, the Komodo dragon stops right in front of him. It bows before our protagonist. Obviously, our protagonist is curious. Why did the dragon from another world stop? And the reason for that is quite simple. You have proven your worth. Thus, the guards let him pass, and the door begins to glow. And when he looks around, he has been teleported to an unknown place. As he looks around him, he sees several golems, and a giant horn appears right in front of him, which some jerk dropped. And obviously, it's a system quest. Quest 2, defeat all the ice golems in the area and complete the challenge of fire. The reward is still a mystery. And as always, hell earn 5 more mana stones. Only this time, they are intermediate level. And obviously, our protagonist is on high alert, because like ice golems, and when he looks, the golems have come to life. Looks like our boy is completely screwed, guys. Because hell have to defeat all of them, however. There's no way around it, guys. If he wants to get stronger, hell have to defeat all these golems. However, it's not going to be such a simple task, right, boy? Just like that. He readies Fire Flash and unleashes it right at the golem. With everything Hayes got, he knows that to kill a golem, he has to destroy the core inside it, however. He only managed to make a crack in the golem's core. Man, he was clearly frustrated. But now is not the time for that, boy. If fire doesn't work, then Hayes going to use wind, man. Let's go. However, for some reason, he couldn't actually cast the wind spell, in fact. He couldn't use any other spell, boy. Only fire magic. And that's when he remembers the system notification. The challenge of fire, in other words. Hell have to face the ice golems, purely using fire. But while he was dodging the golem, right there, he trips and falls to the ground. It looks like our opponent is cornered. If he can only use fire magic, then there's no other way. Bring it on. From now on, the games are over. He casts 3 fire flashes and hurls them at a golem, destroying it at least. That's what he thought. Because, however, it wouldn't be that easy. To destroy the golems like that, right, man? As soon as the golem's core was exposed, he readies some flames and destroys another one, but there are still 2 left. But if he keeps going at this pace, he'll run out of mana before even defeating all of them. In other words, he needs to find another way, boy, while he flees from the golems. He says that to break these resistant ice layers of a golem, he needs to focus all his power into a single point. In the end, the answer is density. First, he needs to back away to cast the spell, and then he creates a fire arrow, along with the amplification formula, adding the amplification form of the flaming ray. And finally, to merge all of this, the compression formula, however, just as he was about to create the flame spear, the golem charges at him. All seemed lost, however. In the end, he managed to pierce the golem's chest and create the spear, Flame Spear, an original spell of our protagonist. He says that he can feel the power approaching, at least the 5th circle. But he doesn't have much time with this spear, because just to maintain this spear magic, a massive amount of energy is being drained. And since he doesn't have much time, he goes all out against the golem, man. Now Hay's further ahead, trying to strike it with everything. However, our protagonist charges right through and destroys them, man. But wait, more than one is still standing. But it's not over yet, man. There are still, for left, with just 1 swing, he destroyed 2 more, leaving only 2 left. One of them tries to hit him from behind, however. Against our protagonist, that's nothing. He manages to dodge and voila. He cuts the golem in half, man. Now, there's only 1 left, man. However, he got distracted and the golem hits him dead on. And unfortunately for our protagonist, he only has enough mana left. For a single attack, in that case, he takes the spear and throws it at the golem with all his might, man. And in the end, he managed to defeat all the golems, thus completing the mission. And as I said, the spear was draining all his magic. And because of that, he fainted. Right, but while he was unconscious, the horn of the Forgotten King, the fire essence, starts to glow out of nowhere just like that. The system will enter the memories of the Forgotten King. For our guy to receive the reward, and when he wakes up, Hay's in a rather strange place. Bound by several chains like this, the system states that he obtained the reward, the horn of the Forgotten King, the fire essence. You have entered the memories of a divine being. I bestow upon you the fragment of the king. Just like that. That giant horn goes toward our protagonist and pierces his stomach, releasing a massive power into his body. Please use this power too, but just as the dragon was about to say the rest of what he needed to do, our protagonist wakes up, obviously. Hay's a bit confused, right? Not knowing what happened. Boy. And that's when he feels an enormous magic surging through his body, man. At this moment, he can see how close he is to the 4th circle. Isn't he becoming totally OP? Heck yeah, however. While our boy was there, lost in his abilities. Someone arrives, guys, calling for our boy. It's her, guys. She likes too. I mean, Daria. Damn it, obviously. Our boy got curious and asks
what she is doing.
There she says that she felt a mana eruption. So that's why she went there to check it out. And that was when she found our protagonist. Over there, man, and obviously she is impressed. Because in this short period of time, our protagonist is already almost reaching the 4th circle. Not only that, according to her, the mana of our protagonist became even purer, in other words. Our boy is a genius, man. A genius, no? Hay's using dirty cheat codes. Then he asks her, what brings her to the Maldives? She says that few people know this, but that place is her hometown, and that's why she goes there every summer. Now it's her turn to ask, right? She asks what our protagonist is doing. There, however, it's still a bit too early for our protagonist to tell her everything. Remembering that blatant lie, right, man? He says he went there to learn more about the world, and that's it. She asks if she should test his skills, and just like that, she asks for our protagonist's help. And here we go, man. She uses fire magic, giving a robe to our protagonist with the symbol of the flame tower, and just like that, as always, he receives a quest. Boy, Daria Snow White's test. Fight against the human trafficking pirate ship, and the reward is the same as always, a mana stone. Meanwhile, on the ship of the pirates, several people were being enslaved. But obviously, according to our hot master, slavery is forbidden in the kingdom. So they don't allow human trafficking ships to dock at their ports. But unfortunately, there are some ships trying to dock their ship near the Maldives. And she says that she can't do all of this alone. But she says that the goal of this plan is to rescue the victims and capture the ship. This requires a very detailed plan, meaning they need to fake an attack. According to our protagonist, she says yes, exactly that. They need to fake an attack. While she fakes the attack, our protagonist sneaks in and rescues the civilians. But obviously our protagonist realizes that. Since she asked for his help specifically, this must be a test, boy. But she says that what lies ahead might be a bit difficult for our protagonist. But the path of a guardian is not always smooth. And noble, this is just another destiny for us mages. And so, she was walking out to draw the attention of the pirates, obviously leaving our little protagonist curious about the path of the guardian, and it seems it worked. This plan of hers to draw the attention of the pirates, because she is radiating an insane aura. Man, that's how the guys notice her. They start shooting several arrows at her, but that is nothing to our hot master. Boy, you fools. How dare you hide in my hometown? Let's see if you are as skilled as you are bold, just like that. She lets several fiery embers rain down on the ship, and one of the idiots there starts kicking those fiery embers, and out of nowhere, a small hand comes out of the fire and grabs the guy's foot, completely incinerating him. Man, this is an original skill of Daria Snow White, blazing with dwarves. While Daria causes a bit of chaos, our protagonist goes onto the ship and goes after the prisoners. Meanwhile, downstairs, obviously, there is a guard protecting the prisoners. The prisoners think it's the Navy, meaning they are saved, but the guy grabs his whip there and says that whatever happens, none of them will escape from his clutches. At least that's what he thought. Because our protagonist arrives completely ready, man, in that fierce style, grabbing him by the neck, without even using a lightning skill. It's going to be that easy. Damn, I thought it would be harder. Some prisoners ask if he came all the way there to rescue them. He says yes, but until all the pirates are gone, it's safer for them to stay inside for now. And that's when our protagonist sees that they are even selling children as slaves. And obviously he got furious about this, man. And obviously, after the pirate sees the fat guy knocked out, he sends the pirates at our protagonist with everything, but there's no need to say anything else, right, guys? This is nothing for our protagonist. It's nothing, man. He uses second circle magic, electric discharge, and with just one attack, he defeats all of them, however. Our protagonist sees an interesting door, and as soon as he enters, he finds it a bit strange. Like, what kind of cell is this? And someone in the background asks if he is the mage from the flame tower. Then he uses light magic to see what it is, and when he looks, they are elves. But our protagonist says no. He is not a mage of the flame tower yet, but before anything could happen, a white-haired elf in the background tells him to stop being so rude. This is Elo, and it seems she holds a higher status in the elf hierarchy. She must be a princess. Right, for sure. But anyway, she goes up to our protagonist and says his mana is as pure as the sunset light. She can smell the scent of a spirit. On him, finally, we have a waifu in this work. Hell yeah, woohoo. However, the blonde guy gets a bit curious. What do you mean, Hayes? Not an ordinary human, then she repeats. She can smell the scent of a spirit coming from him. Obviously, our protagonist gets curious. The scent of a spirit? And our idiot protagonist sniffs himself to see if he can smell the spirit. Man, Hayes so dumb, dude. How are you so dumb then, the blonde guy, who was being rude before? Apologizes and begs. Please, get us out of here, and just like that. All the elves bowed, asking for his help. This is pretty rare, right, guys? Because elves are known for their strong egos out of nowhere. They change their attitude just from one sentence of hers. Probably. She is a high elf, however, unfortunately for our protagonist. While he was freeing the elves, the vice captain arrives right on time and sees all his subordinates defeated. And he finds it a bit strange, because his warriors are strong. How did they lose so easily? And that's when he looks at the door and gives that evil smirk. Meanwhile, on the outside of the ship, the captain arrived right on time and slashes through the little fire devils. You guys were having trouble with these little devils? How pathetic. Then he starts shouting at the old lady that Hayes going to cut her to pieces and all that. Blah, blah, blah. But Daria is interested, and to prove it, she steps down onto the ship. The captain gets confused, because if she's a mage, why is she closing the distance, huh? So, you are the captain? He says yes, he is the captain. Captain. Don Clink is his name, however. Daria noticed something interesting. The guy can use aura, meaning he used to be a knight. She asks him what Hayes doing there, and simply, the guy went totally crazy, man, and says, does a knight's honor feed you and pay your taxes? We, the Clink brothers, are making so much money. By selling slaves, why would I stop? And that's when Daria realizes, brothers, however, less talking and more fighting. The guy is going to have a bad time. She's going all out and angry. But meanwhile, returning to our protagonist, while he was saving the elves out of nowhere, the wall is shattered and spears are thrown at him, however. He notices right away and manages to use a shield. The knight goes, incredible. Since you managed to defend against that from the looks of it, you really are a mage, boy. Looks like our protagonist doesn't even flinch, right, man? Because the guy is a knight who uses aura, and as always, the system window pops up, man. First fight against a swordsman, and that's when our protagonist realizes that this guy is the vice captain of the ship. The guy says that he might be a mage, but Hayes still just a child. Look, here you only knocked out my subordinates instead of killing them. If you won a fight, you have to kill your opponents. Relax. They'll show you how it's done, boy, however. This threat is nothing to our protagonist, since he used to be a mercenary, and because of that, he knows that fire magic damages a lot of things around him, so Hayes going to use lightning magic. Second circle magic. Lightning. The guy is impressed, because Hayes using lightning magic against the swordsman. You're smart, boy, but this isn't strong enough to defeat me, so Hayes going to charge at our protagonist with everything Hayes got. He keeps using third circle magic, but it's not working against the swordsman. The ugly guy says that this won't work against him. And that's when our protagonist realizes that his sword doesn't conduct electricity. Furious, he tries to strike our protagonist with all his might. But just in time, our protagonist manages to use his shield. However, since the guy is a magic swordsman, he breaks the shield and slashes our protagonist, man. But now, returning to our gorgeous older lady, the guy slashed her. At least that's what he thought. Because he only cut through fire, man, for the real one was already right in front of him. However, there's one thing making her curious. She asks him if his brother is also a knight. He says yes, of course, but is he as strong as you, brother? The only impressive thing about you is that bald head of yours. I didn't understand that at all. The guy gets all confident. So she summons the little demons again, however. She says that this time it's different. This time, it wasn't just the normal little demons that she summoned. Oh, they are modified little demons. The more you cut them, the more they multiply, origin ability. Hellish dwarves, and that's when the bald head realizes she is the master of the flame tower. Man, he took a heavy blow, returning to our protagonist. The bald head today was confused because he slashed our protagonist. So, why on earth isn't there a single wound? On his body, could he be using a physical enhancement ability? Who knows, right? But it doesn't matter to the bald head. Especially because our protagonist looks like a trapped rat to him. Knights. Our protagonist met one in his past life. He massacred a group of innocent mercenaries. And only for a silly reason like bumping into his shoulder, the only one who barely managed to stop his madness was a mage. And the method that made him win was using a shield. And after the guy attacked and let his guard down, our protagonist prepared a second circle. Magic spell, magic wand, and boom. He blasts the crazy guy away, man. However, that style has a side effect on our protagonist's body, especially because he lost a lot of blood. Thus, he finally releases the elves. Russell tells them to follow him, but the guy our protagonist thought he had defeated gets up completely furious with him, man. He tells the elf whose name I forgot to take all the prisoners and get out of there. The blonde guy gets a bit pissed off. Right, because he wants them to free the humans. But then the white-haired elf, whose name I still haven't remembered, says that it's fine. The only problem now is what is our protagonist going to do, man? Because the guy is coming completely furious right at him, man. It's because this time the guy isn't going to give him another chance, so he unleashes a whole sequence of attacks. On our protagonist, however, that's exactly what our protagonist wanted. Because he was buying time, Palo, I finally remembered. Her name managed to free all the prisoners. The guy asks, if that's going to change anything, of course it changes things. Because now, I'm going to destroy you. And obviously, after seeing this, the knight retreats. It seems our protagonist is finally ready to kill. But the knight doesn't care at all about that. So, Hayes going to charge at our protagonist. All over again, man. However, he becomes terrified. Because our protagonist uses an origin ability, Flame Spear. Meanwhile, up there, the mercenary chief was cornered. The number of little demons just doesn't stop increasing, man. And with that, they ask what his brother is doing. If he were here, over there, they would definitely be able to defeat her. And just when he was thinking about holding back a bit more, he takes a quick look down, and out of nowhere, boom. A flame explosion happens, defeating both the captain, and the vice captain Daria is impressed, because the boy managed to save everyone, and at the same time managed to defeat the captains. And since the leader and the vice captain were defeated, the pirates tried to run away, but this time, we won't let them escape. Yeah, right, man. Sometime after that intense battle, our protagonist finally woke up and she tells him not to move too much because his mana hasn't recovered yet. And because of that, his healing is still a bit slow, Daria. Says that he did a good job, especially since he defeated 2 knights all by himself. He gets a bit confused, like, wait, wasn't it just 1? Now it's 2? Well, in the end, it turned into 2. Hallelujah. Says she owes a lot to our protagonist for saving her, and she still doesn't know how to repay him, but Hallelujah from the White Ash Tree Tribe promises by the honor of her parents, the founders, to repay him someday. I knew it, man. I told you she was a princess of some kind, man, and since he was a knight. He also introduces himself, saying he is Russell Raymond. But there is one thing that leaves our protagonist curious. He asks her what she meant back down there. When she said that he smelled like that he had a spirit. She says that's exactly it, and asks if by any chance he is a master with dragon blood. And surprisingly, our protagonist says yes. He has the blood of the green dragon running through his veins. And even if it's like a single drop of rain in a lake, even so, that tiny drop can still attract a spirit. And that's why she can smell a faint scent of a spirit coming from him, and clearly this leaves Daria very intrigued. Because a dragon half-blood? Could that be why? Russell grows so fast. Maybe this novice will shake up the Edmund Kingdom. Or maybe the whole world sometime. Later, Daria is telling Haluja, since she will need to lay low to recover her mana, why doesn't she stay at her mansion to help Russell with his training? And obviously, she accepts, right? If that will repay the debt she has with our protagonist, of course she will go naturally. Our protagonist gets confused and she asks, why Hayes confused if he doesn't want it, but our protagonist doesn't. Miss this opportunity, right guys? Obviously. He says yes, right man? However, there is one thing that leaves our protagonist puzzled. Because the semester's about to start soon, what is he going to do? But Daria tells him not to worry, because Professor Humbert will take care of all that, man. Sometime later at Darius' mansion, our protagonist was finding it a bit strange, because he definitely knows this place. He had already been here with his parents when he was younger, so he asks Daria if this mansion originally didn't belong to her, right? Looking at it like that. It seems like the old lady stole it, you know? But she says, yes, right, this mansion belonged to a merchant association. So she bought it from them a few years ago, and after. Today, looking at it, he can be sure, man, this place, some time ago, was the property of his family. After the downfall of his family, he heard that this mansion had been sold for a very low price, man, to think that one day he would step inside this mansion again. But anyway, 2 weeks later, Haluja managed to recover all her mana, and that's thanks to our hot old lady. Then she asks Haluja if she can really help with Russell's training. Haluja says that if she's referring to spirits, she can definitely help him, but where is he, Daria? Says she sent him to do something else. Meanwhile, our protagonist is falling off a mountain. Man, for us to understand what's happening, we have to go back a few days. Right to this very same mountain. Our gorgeous old lady is asking Russell if he learned anything. Fighting against a knight, actually, she is going to ask another question. What do you need? The answer is quite simple. Distance. Because in combat, distance is the most important thing for a mage. She tells him to observe carefully, think, as if you were folding space. Just like that, vroom in the blink of an eye. She was already on the other side of the mountain. Thus, she used a technique called flash. She says that from now on, he should try to cross space, using flash in the future. This will become a very powerful weapon for you, boy. And as always, he receives a new mission. From the system, learn spatial distortion magic. Flash. And that's pretty much why our protagonist fell like crazy from the mountain. Man, while our protagonist scales the mountain again to try and use flash, he says that this flash ability isn't about whether the circle is bigger or smaller. It's a magic that can only be learned after you understand its logic. In other words, as long as he doesn't understand this magic, he will keep falling off the mountain. And sometime later in the afternoon, when it finally seemed like he could use flash, he got startled by Daria calling him, and he falls off the mountain again sometime later. Now at night, she says that, starting today, he will learn about contracting with spirits. And obviously, Elo will help him with this, especially since our gorgeous old lady doesn't know anything about it, right? So she tells him to close his eyes slowly and imagine something related to fire, like the sunrise or light in the middle of the day, or even firewood catching fire, whatever it is. He just needs to imagine something related to it. and so he starts imagining as if his entire body were catching fire, and clearly Ilo thinks this is incredible, for how can such pure mana exist in a human body? She will have to enter his imagination and guide him along the path. While they walk through Russell's memories, she says that most people don't know that the door to the spirit world exists for everyone, no matter if you are human, elf, or any other race, since they are all entities that exist within nature. Everyone's origin is interconnected, and it's exactly at this point that a door opens, however. There is something making Hilo curious. What is this torrent in your heart? Is this hatred? And obviously, after Hilo sees this terrifying scene, in our protagonist's spirit world, she is terrified, wondering if it really is hatred. However, as she went deeper into our protagonist's memories, he starts to emanate a very strong aura. And with that, he mages too faint for a while. Sometime later, he wakes up and wonders what happened. He felt as if his mana were suddenly exploding. That's when Ilo comes in, and he sees that her arm is bandaged, probably from when his mana exploded. Right? She got hurt, poor girl, man. And of course, after seeing her arm bandaged, he feels devastated, apologizing to the girl. Sometime later, when our protagonist went to get some fresh air, Daria asks, Ilo, what exactly happened? Ilo says that it was formidable. The origin of Russell's mind is incredible. But as soon as they've reached a path that leads to the spirit gate, they couldn't pass because there was a giant torrent of emotions. Ilo says that, yes, it looked like hatred, but it was more like sadness, however. It wasn't an ordinary sadness. It was an immense sadness. Something that leaves Ilo intrigued, because how could he hide this for so long? But anyway, the next day, our gorgeous old lady tells Russell that they are going to start a new training starting today. Starting today, you will clean the house. He became a servant. That's it. And obviously this left our protagonist curious. What do you mean, I became an employee? She says that he will help the servants of the mansion for a week, doing a deep cleaning of the house on a 6B1 schedule. Man, it was hard labor straight in his veins. Meanwhile, Ilu and our gorgeous old lady go to visit the capital. Finally, our protagonist. He keeps thinking it's a punishment. Punishment. More like what that crazy guy anyway, whether it was a punishment or not. After work, he goes to practice a bit, however, before our poor old lady left. She tells him that Hay's forbidden from using magic for a week. What a pain in the ass, right? Anyway, a while later, after that, how is he, man? I don't know. Actually, he left the house sparkling clean. Look at that. Anyway, if he can't use magic, he'll have to train his body. In the meantime, let's go. Boy, however, while he was cleaning, running back and forth, he trips, falls, and breaks the vase that the gorgeous old lady liked a whole lot. Meanwhile, we could see a shadow behind him, right there, totally pissed off at him, saying that this vase he just broke is one of the vases that our gorgeous old lady liked a whole lot. Before Daria left with Ilu, she told Russell that he'll have to follow the rules of the head maid. Who is this woman right here who is totally pissed off at him? And since her name wasn't mentioned, he'll call her the head maid, and that's it, man. She tells Russell that she is aware he can't use magic for a week, so from now on, please clean exactly as I ask, boy. And after that, she asked him to do tons and tons of things, and our boy is almost dying. And a while later, it's time for a break. Right, because no one is made of iron, but our boy is already about to lose his mind, man. See what the life of an average worker is like? Yeah, the life of a typical working man. That's exactly it, right, guys? But that's enough. Work right, boy. It's time to eat. So, she told him to follow her, but our boy talks back, saying he will eat later, however. Follow me. Damn, that's terrifying. Later, in the workers' cafeteria, an old man gets curious. Who are you, boy? Our protagonist says his name is Russell Raymond. This makes the old man curious, Raymond. And now, the one who got curious? Was our protagonist, does he know? His family? Damn, out of nowhere. Someone says that our protagonist is handsome with black hair and red eyes. Thank goodness it was the old man who said that, otherwise. It would be super sus, right? Or maybe it was this maid. Who said it? From what it looks like, since she's charmed by our protagonist. Shut up, damn it. Wait, that's not right. And out of nowhere, a bunch of buff guys arrived, saying he has a strong body, and I'm like, you can touch his biceps. That's super sus, 1,000 times over. Man, that's incredibly sus, 1,000 times over. Right? And out of nowhere, that guy gave him a big slap on his back, saying he was just kidding, just hang in there for one more week. A while later, our boy was complaining, saying that if he could use his mana body, he would finish that quickly. But that's not the point. You idiot, you're not supposed to use magic. You anyway, since they worked hard the whole day. Now it's time to have some fun, damn it. But while our protagonist was just chilling there, drinking his little beer, bam, that guy gave him a big slap on his back again. But he had a good reason for doing that, right? After all, our protagonist is still a student, right, man? He can't drink. Are you going crazy, boy? But anyway, the guy says that in this great weather, out there, it would be a sin if they didn't drink. But while they were enjoying the sunny breeze, the headmaid says there's another sin. They are drinking without snacks. And just like that, all of them toast happily for the new member of the family. And looking at the boy, the headmaid finally notices that the boy is smiling. But anyway, a while later, even though he was doing tons and tons of things, he was smiling, especially because he realized that these people are his companions while he was chilling there, enjoying the night and looking at the stars. The headmaid arrives and says that he seems to really like that place. She asks if there's a reason why he likes that place so much. He says that whenever he's there, he remembers certain people. She says, I heard that mages can teleport. Can't you just teleport and meet them? He says that teleportation magic is difficult. And even if he could use it right now, they're in a place where he can't find them. She thought mages didn't have any worries. That's absurd, boy. And since tomorrow is the last day of cleaning, for our boy, she tells him to give his best. Until the very end? Yeah, I get it. She says that our boy knows so much about magic, but she thinks Hay's a good person, and obviously, our boy gets touched, because he had never heard that from the headmaid, but to ruin the vibe, that was there, man, she says, that if he fails to become a mage, he should come back. There. Because Shed loved to turn him into a permanent full-time worker. The next day, Daria and Elu returned, right, and as soon as she arrives, she tells our protagonist to come with her. Just a moment. She asks if he went through a lot of hardships. This week, however, he says it was totally fine. Daria says that looking for a medicine to recover the mana of Ilu was really tough, right? It took a lot of time, especially since it can't be just any medicine, because the mana of elves is something very special. And there was also another thing she needed to check. This property used to belong to your family, didn't it? And clearly, our boy gets sad about it, since it really belonged to his family at that moment. She explains to him that Elu said he has a great torrent in his heart, and that's why he cannot reach the gate of spirits. Do you feel wronged, boy? Or are you angry? Or perhaps you are sad? This reminds me of the first time I saw you, boy. To develop your magic, you fought all alone, but looking back, now, you were a lonely patriarch who was trying to rebuild your family. Since that's the case, take this property. But our protagonist gets completely confused. What do you mean by taking the property? But it wouldn't be that easy, right? She's not giving it to him for free. Become a mage of the Flame Tower and protect the country. That way, you can earn a lot of money and buy this property from me. Do you understand, small Russell? Don't fight alone, boy. Because you have allies a while. Later, he went back to doing the spirit training. Then he mentions that last time. She guided him with her consciousness mana, but today's going to be different, boy. However, our protagonist is afraid of hurting her, just like last time, but seeing his cute little face, she says he doesn't need to worry because they bought plenty of medicine. So it's totally fine, damn it. Just like last time, she tells him to close his eyes and imagine an image of a fire. And as always, she appears in his consciousness. To guide him, however, while the path is quite smooth, the problem is weather. He will be able to get past this torrent of emotions. He tries to get close, but he gets thrown back, right? Because according to Ailu, it's dangerous just to look. At this current, and out of nowhere, several negative emotions begin to enter his mind. Academy graduation, tower selection, family rebuilding, and avenging his parents. Of course, he falls to the ground, because it's not something he can get past. That easily, however. He hears a somewhat familiar voice. It's the head maid, talking to Daria. Saying that he is a good person, Daria asks if she left him alone at any point, obviously. She says no, right, boy? Why would she do that to a boy? That's when our protagonist begins to remember all the people who were on his side. Professor Humbert, and everyone in the house. And there is also Nara, who is like a second mother to him. Really, right? He can't remember? That, but of one thing he is certain. He can break through this. So, he heads toward the cliff. Arlo said it's dangerous, but he keeps moving forward on his path. And just when he was about to fall from the cliff, he finally managed to use the ability, called Flash, just like that. He managed to cross the torrent of emotions. Arlo is impressed, because he actually managed to cross it. He crossed it, right? But what does he do now? Hilo tells him to come closer and extend his hand toward the light. And just like that, he receives a new quest, Spirit Contract. However, Hilo says that from now on, he doesn't need to do anything else, because the spirits would decide if they wanted to follow him or not, especially since nobody knows what kind of spirit will appear, and there is also the option of him not even being chosen. The only thing he can do is wait until a spirit chooses him. It really is fine. It's too difficult. He might not get a spirit, especially since he wouldn't get sad over that, however. There are hot embers passing through his hand, and simply out of nowhere, a red dragon decides to be his spirit. And as he opens his eyes, there's a little red dragon on his lap. Such a cute little creature. Holy crap, man. Really? Right in the end? He managed to secure a contract with the Dragon Man. But it seems it helped our boy, because he managed to reach the fourth circle, man. Hell yeah. Our gorgeous older lady says that he managed to overcome a major barrier in his mind, and that's why. He managed to reach the fourth circle, man. Then it flies around all cute like, and goes right on to our protagonist's head, man. Then she says that she doesn't think it's a normal spirit. Why don't you give it a name? As soon as he names our little dragon, he will complete the contract. Our protagonist takes a little look at it. It's so red. So red. I think he'll call it bacon. Was he going crazy? But actually, I was just kidding, man. It's a prank. So how about Pepe, and by its little face? It looks like it liked it, man. So cute. Man, now I want a little dragon like that for myself. Too, man. So cute. Anyway, right? A month later, the long-awaited day finally arrived. The day the towers choose their students, the guys are all happy. They're, right, asking how many graduates will be chosen. This year, who knows, right? But while they were talking, there, each judge from each magic tower arrived. The first is the judge from the White Tower. The second is the judge from the Yellow Tower, and also the judge from the Spear Tower, and the roughest of them all, the judge from the Kingdom of the Flame Tower. That red guy? Urson, that leaves Professor Humbert confused, because what is this guy doing here? And that's when he realizes that Hayes there is a judge. In Professor Humbert's mind, maybe he wants to choose Urson. But we have a small problem. Man, our protagonist hasn't arrived yet, speak of the devil. He is passing through the city at full speed, using Flashman, and as soon as he gets there, Urson notices his presence. Immediately, just like that, he takes a look at Our protagonist takes a look at him, so he turns around and makes a run for it. Right, it looks like this is going to be fun. I'm going to love breaking him anyway, right? Going back a bit. Before our protagonist arrived at the city, he was telling all three of them there that he is grateful for everything they did for him. Thank you, Chief. I will definitely return. But until then, you are the owner of this property, right? Don't have? The servant. It was only for a short time, but thank you so much for everything. Then Adara asks, if he really doesn't want a carriage? He says yes, right, because he doesn't want to be late. And it's also faster. He has to run. But before he heads to the city, Daria asks him to deliver a letter to Professor Humbert. Returning back to the school, our protagonist delivered the letter to Professor Humbert, and he gets quite serious. After he reads the letter right, he says that he won't be able to help our protagonist. Our protagonist tells him it's fine, relax man, but he gives a piece of advice to our protagonist. All he can say is, don't. Go easy on Professor Urson. In this selection, you'll have to be the best. He believes that if it's our protagonist, it's possible. Leave it to me. Handle it. Thus, he receives a new quest. Tower selection. Show an overwhelming difference between you and the others. Gaining the recognition of the selection judges, he needs the recognition of all 10, man. Hayes screwed, right? Well, sometime later, it was already time for the first exam. This first exam is easy for our protagonist, since it's a written exam, especially since he already failed it over and over. Times in his past life, so he knows everything, right? But the only thing he needs to worry about is Professor Humbert's letter. After this, Professor Humbert's travels became more frequent, to the point that he couldn't give his classes. And shortly after that, he died. Our protagonist says he doesn't know exactly what happened, but in this life, he won't let him die. And the top scorer in the written exam was our protagonist. I told you it was going to be easy. Man, go for it. Sometime later. During the second exam, they call our protagonist's name. He walks in all confident man, totally crushing it. Then the guys over there say that when the judges ask, he should answer the questions, however. This first stage for our protagonist is also easy, right? The problem is what comes next, however. He truly changed the past, and to prevent Professor Humbert's death, his only choice is to join the Flame Tower, but he has a certain obstacle, and that would be Professor Urson. And just like our protagonist said, the first part of the exam is fine. The problem is what comes next, which is that he will have to endure the mana emission from the judges, man. Things look bad for our protagonist, right? Because in his past life, he always failed at this exact stage. But this time, it's completely different, man. And of course, he manages to endure the mana flow from each one of them, but the Judge Urson doesn't let it slide. He increases the pressure a little bit more to see if our protagonist can take it, right? And obviously, our protagonist feels an insane pressure on his body, man, but he is enduring it somehow, right? Keep going, boy. The blonde guy over there, who is one of the judges, thinks it's incredible because the boy is enduring a level of pressure that even the professors aren't able to withstand, man. Damn, could this boy really be a genius? Just like that, he starts to gain recognition from all the judges. But there was still one missing man. Obviously, it's Urson, right, man? And to test our protagonist a little bit more, he increases the pressure even further. But before things went to hell, that blonde guy stops him, right? Otherwise, our protagonist would have collapsed right there, man. And with that, the second test ends for our protagonist. He almost died, but he passes perfectly, right? And when he checks the recognitions, he obtained There was still one missing, which is obviously from Urson. It's not going to be that easy. To get his recognition, will our protagonist manage to get it, guys? To get Urson's recognition? Who knows, right? Sometime later? The judges were impressed with our protagonist. Right, but they already expected it. Since he is the disciple of the master of the Flame Tower, right, man? Our master is hot, right then? One of the female judges asks Urson if by any chance he is excited, but he gets completely pissed off at her, demanding to know who this youth she's referring to is. And of course, they are scared shitless, right? But Urson just turns around and leaves. He's just really pissed off like that. Because a few years ago, his entire squad was slaughtered by another group. And in the end, he couldn't save everyone. That's why. He grew to loathe the weak. And that's why if they fall, everyone will be crushed. A few days later, in the next test, the supervisor was explaining that this test is like a treasure hunt. The only thing they need to do is find those mana stones hidden in the Walker Hill Forest. I think that's how you pronounce it. Yes, points will be distributed according to the number of stones they manage to get. In other words, it's going to be a fierce hunt, because all of them there are willing to steal from one another. However, there's one thing making our protagonist curious. Will he be able to get Urson's recognition? I don't know, man, but we're about to find out now. Because the test has started a while later, now that our protagonist is alone in the forest and there's nobody around, he can summon our little dragon Pepe. Hell yeah. But no matter how many times I see this little creature, man, I'm always going to find him cute. He asks our little dragon to try and find those mana stones, because according to our protagonist, he says that creatures from another world, spiritual creatures, can detect magic energy, meaning he's going to use our little dragon as a map, right? And after that, he went flying and flying through the forest. However, while they were walking there, our protagonist didn't notice a magic circle on a tree. Meanwhile, in a certain place, a guy in a black cloak was asking a chubby guy in a very subtle way, right, man? Where did the mage you were dealing with go, however? The guy says he doesn't know. He just negotiated a few things with them. And that's it, just what was necessary for alchemy. Only that, right? According to Professor Humbert. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but this is Professor Humbert. The mage to whom the chubby guy sold the formula is part of a ritualistic cult, boy, meaning a freaking necromancer. However, the guy gets a bit freaked out, since he didn't know about that. But Professor Humbert slams him against the wall and asks if he knows. What happens to people who help necromancers? Actually, a cultist, you idiot. I keep saying necromancer. Screw it. In other words, this is treason against the kingdom. He is going to ask just one more time, where did the mage go? But the chubby guy really seems like he doesn't know. The only thing he knows is that this so-called mage went after a kid who is a disciple because he wanted to burn him. Damn it, why believe it? And because of that, he went there to confirm the face of this disciple. The disciple, meaning our prodigy, and obviously, after hearing this, the professor goes wild, man. Because of this cultist, out of his grudge against the master, she isn't the only one who is in danger, especially since Russell is her disciple. To tell you the truth, not only are those two in danger, but all the test participants at this exact moment, they are in danger, boy, returning to the tests. Some kid was a bit annoyed there because he wasn't able to find any stones. But while he was walking there, he got startled by a thing moving in front of him like that. He uses a wind arrow and shoots it straight at the creature with everything. And after that thing, he was turning around to get the hell out of there, however, as an extra-born too. You're stupid, right, man? No. Wait, that thing he shot the arrow at actually dropped a mana stone. Dude, get out of there, man. You're gonna die, man. But when he went to get closer, the thing wasn't there anymore. because the thing was already behind his back. Bro! Man! I told you to get out of there. Dude, he died, returning to our protagonist. He finally arrived at the location. Where all the mana stones are, however, he gets incredibly curious, right? There is something wrong. Because clearly, that is a golem core. What is a broken golem core doing there, however? While our protagonist was analyzing the golem core, Earth's magic comes flying straight at him, luckily. He manages to dodge it. But it didn't end there, right? When he dodged the earth magic, light magic was already heading in his direction. However, this is absolutely nothing. For our protagonist, right guys, you all know that the boy trained with our master. That hot old lady, meanwhile. As soon as he turns away from the light magic, a water arrow flies towards him. But our little dragon Peppy notices it and blasts the arrow with fire. And of course, our protagonist wasn't just going to stand there, only watching, right? So he uses his flame arrow magic and shoots it straight at the light and magic, and boom. And as soon as the dust begins to settle, the people who attacked our protagonist begin to reveal themselves. And of course, it's them. All the Topranking students. Recognized by the magic tower in a mocking tone, our protagonist confronts them, saying that, despite all their status, they still resort to cowardly tactics like this. But one of those bastards gets furious with our protagonist, telling him to shut his mouth, especially because of all people. How on earth did our protagonist find the magic stones? Since the location of the magic stones was definitely shared with them, then how the hell did he manage to get here first, bro? The only way would be with a magical creature. Bro, the blue-haired girl, whose name I still don't know, gets a bit curious. He has an elemental spirit? She isn't surprised then. He must be able to find the magic stones. Before them, and the little redhead gets a bit curious. 2. Russell Raymond. He never imagined that our protagonist was hiding this level of ability, however. Our protagonist has a smug look on his face, man, asking what's wrong with him finding the mana stones first, from the way you guys talk. First, the way you guys say it. It should be impossible to find these stones. And from the look on that ugly guy's face, right there, our protagonist already understood everything, man. Probably. There was an agreement between you and the professors, wasn't there? And of course, the ugly guy wasn't going to look our protagonist in the eye, because that was exactly what happened. Man, however, our protagonist says he doesn't plan to get involved in this, meaning just don't get in my way, bro. And of course, after hearing that, the ugly guy goes straight at our protagonist with everything, man. Like I said, don't get in my way, or you'll regret it. And of course, after they see our protagonists, Flame Spear, they all get totally flabbergasted. Since it's a fourth circle technique, however, while our protagonist was just standing there calmly, teaching a lesson to this dumbass, Peppy felt something. And of course, our protagonist also goes on high alert, right, man? And of course, our professor also goes on alert. Our protagonist asks one of them over there how the professors are helping them. Our protagonist asks them if they said something about a golem core, however. The guy says no, that it's something they also found strange. But they don't have time for this, man, because something is coming and out of nowhere. They begin to hear a strange noise all over the forest, and when they look, they are undead, man. And clearly, this left them puzzled. How the hell are there undead in a training ground? And that ugly guy with green hair gets terrified, thinking that he has to run away and dying of fear. He loses control and tries to flee, however. They were already surrounded. But before they completely fall into despair, our protagonist activates the ability called Firewall. The green-haired guy is impressed by this fourth circle ability, bro. However, they don't have time. For him to stand there admiring our protagonist, if they stay there like that, they are going to die, bro. Taking the lead, our protagonist. For them to focus in only one direction and deal with those undead mages. That managed to get past the wall of fire. Are we clear, however? They only stare at our protagonist. Answer me. And after putting those pieces of trash in their place, they say yes, just like that. They all get into formation and start destroying all the undead that pass through the wall of fire. However, this wall of fire is only a temporary measure. They have to find the sorcerer behind this, or else they are completely done for, right? When one necromancer speaks to the other. Holy crap, another necromancer there, man. There are 2 of them. I thought there was only one man. When he says to the other, "The child of the flame tower is there," the other, one wonders, how long is he going to last with that wall of fire? That's what we are about to find out. Very soon, right? Undead, profane beings, summoned by cultists, who obviously seek forbidden magic. In the past, there was a time when the master subjugated. The cultists, our protagonist, wonders if they are remnants of that era, meaning, what could their goal be? That's when our protagonist realizes that they are here because of him. And this magic that the necromancers use is actually not exactly magic. It's more like a type of curse. But unfortunately for our protagonist and the others, due to the nature of this magic, it consumes very little mana. In other words, if they keep going like this, they will run out of mana. And clearly, if they run out of mana, they'll be at a disadvantage, boy. However, that is something our protagonist cannot let happen so. He tells all of them to use their mana efficiently and reduce the power output while aiming at vital points. While they were fighting against the undead, he tells them to hold on, because the judges will be here soon, however. The blue-haired girl says that's impossible, especially since the judges won't come, so you ask her if it's not possible that they notice this evil energy, but she says no. They probably used a spell, similar to a barrier, to erase the presence of mana. And that's when our protagonist remembers. He saw something similar to this, and that coward with the green hair is almost wetting her pants. Gosh, right, man? Asking if they have to deal with all those guys, man? Because seriously, man, the most arrogant one is a total coward. Right, just like that. That blue-eyed girl starts doing what our protagonist said. She reduces the size and makes the edges sharper, and boom, she strikes the head. 2 bone heads dead on. Boneheads, my bad, and the red-haired boy starts doing the same thing, however, the only one who isn't doing anything is that coward with the green hair, right? The necromancer says it's incredible, since they realize they need to reduce their mana, but the other ugly necromancer, they're the toothless one. Hay's missing a tooth right here says that even if Hay's a child, he is still the disciple of that cursed woman. But what if a situation arose where they couldn't afford to save mana? While they were fighting just fine against the undead, they noticed something right in front of them. A troll appeared, man, and without thinking twice, they all unleashed their magic upon the troll. However, nothing happened to the troll. So the troll charges at the enemy with full force. But today, nobody is going to die. Origin magic. Flame spear, released at maximum power, and boom, it blows up the troll. With just a single attack, man. And clearly, it leaves the necromancers shocked. How did he destroy a troll? With just a single attack? And not just them. Right, the blue-haired girl also got a bit curious. At this exact moment, this magic hits destructive power. Rivaled the power of the 5th circle. Is he really just an academy student? Unbelievable, I agree. But while everyone was distracted, our protagonist was the only one on alert. Because in the skies, Peppy was flying in circles. That means he found the necromancers. So, our protagonist prepares himself, uses the mage's body, and the flame spear, and bam, he unleashes them upon the necromancers with all his might, man. While the necromancers thought about dodging, it was already too late, because the spear was already close to them. And boom, everything exploded, man. That woman had created a monster and died while The other one managed to save himself. And clearly, he used his friend as a shield. With a friend like that, who needs enemies, right? The necromancer says that he never thought he would end up using this against our protagonist. And when our protagonist looks, he sees that the guy is taken hostages, man. Now things have gotten ugly, right? But meanwhile, going back to the judge, Professor Humbert has finally arrived, and he was already shouting there that all the others have moved, and they are after Urson. In other words, all the candidates in this exam are in danger. This makes Urson furious, man. How dare they? They are doing something like this right under my nose. I will kill them. Going back to the necromancer. He was telling our protagonist that if he tries anything, everyone will die. And of course, our protagonist is already thinking, right, since the guy cursed the other candidates, it was probably to prevent them from casting a spell. And even if our guy manages to attack him using flash, if he can't stop the guy's movement, clearly everyone will die. Thus, the guy naturally tells him not to resist and to surrender. And after hearing that, our guy is certain that, as expected, he was the target. Thus, our protagonist begins to walk toward the necromancer. The necromancer finds this impressive, risking your life to save your friends. Friends, when you are weak, you are weak. When you are strong, ignorance. Despair and envy, these guys are just envious anyway. You wouldn't understand all of this, because that is the duty of a guardian, to protect those in need. And after hearing that, the crazy guy burst out laughing, man, completely losing it. Then the necromancer says, in a world of survival of the fittest, you talk about duty and justice. That is just a facade of the weak. Boy, however, our protagonist still has a comeback. As always, right? And what about a person who hides behind his soldiers? And of course, after hearing that, the guy can't take being mocked by our protagonist anymore, man. So he goes to attack and seize our protagonist, because he will finish off the boy himself. However, that was exactly what our protagonist wanted, even if he cannot cast magic. There is still a magic that can be summoned. Without being cast after he completed a mission, he won an extra reward. He got a ring, in other words, a magical artifact. The Ring of Cloud, indeed. It has the form of a ring, but it transforms into a thundercloud. In times of need, skills and powers are unlocked. Along with the user's growth, in other words, the necromancer is totally screwed, man. He thought he had beaten our protagonist, but that's when he realized he was completely screwed. Man. Finish them off, crushing lightning, casting of lightning, and boom, it hits the necromancer dead on. That's how we pull off our magic. And as soon as our protagonist defeats the necromancer, that blue-haired girl saves our protagonist and says that he should call the judges. However, our protagonist says that the judges will arrive shortly. And of course, she gets super curious. Right, how will they know about this situation? But since we are one step ahead of them, right, guys? As always, right, man? He says that his friend will help them. Who? This is Pepe, right? He will create a path for the judges. To reach them, however, there is always a catch, because the necromancer that everyone thought was gone for good on the ground. He begins to recite black magic. I offer my life, even in my death. I summon the giant skeleton. Now, things got bad, because the skeleton receives massive power from a fifth circle. And of course, after seeing this, the blue-haired girl tells everyone to go to the forest, and as always, that green-haired bastard is the first one to run. Right, man? What a piece of trash. Seriously, but before he takes off, he can't leave the mana sword behind. As the blue-haired girl was leaving, she asks, "What is our boy doing? Aren't you going to run away too?" However, our boy says that the skeleton isn't after them, but rather after him. And because of that, he is the only one who can buy time until the judges arrive. And as always, she gets curious, since hey is probably what are you planning to do? Just like that, the skeleton charges at him with everything, boy. But that's nothing to our protagonist. He dodges by leaping up, especially since his shield isn't at a high enough level to block the attack of the skeleton. He can't do that because it would be too dangerous. But there's always an option, and man, he throws his spear at the skeleton with everything he's got, boy. However, even though the spear hits the skeleton, it only managed to make a small scratch on its stomach. And to our protagonist's shock, the big beast starts to regenerate, boy, while he least expected it. A tail shot out from the ground, almost piercing his face, but he managed to dodge. He really managed to dodge the first attack, but the second attack is coming right at him with everything, boy. And the way he fell there, it's impossible for him to dodge this attack. But luckily for our protagonist, that blue-haired girl arrives just in time and manages to save his life. She isn't leaving because she can't just leave our protagonist there all alone. She asks if he forgot. You said it yourself. The mission of the Guardians is to protect people. Just like that, everyone starts coming back. Even the green-haired guy. Man, what a turn of events. While everyone was fighting against them, that other necromancer wakes up. Wait, what? Man? The guy didn't kick the bucket for good? Man, I thought the guy was dead. What a pain, man. And of course, after seeing the giant skeleton, he gets excited. Right, boy? Someone comes and apologizes to our protagonist because they couldn't arrive sooner, according to our protagonist. It wasn't part of his plan for them to join forces there, however. He won't ask them to leave if they want to fight by his side, but if they really want to survive and defeat this thing, they need to pay close attention. Russell is going to create a rift in the skeleton's body, and during that time, all of them must focus their power into that rift. Just like that, he unleashes a spear at the skeleton with everything, boy. As soon as the explosion happens, everyone is going to use their power against the skeletons as well, but as expected, guys, it barely caused any damage to the skeletons, and it starts to regenerate, but our protagonist cannot give up here, boy. If he gives up here, everyone will die. He cannot give up. He has to keep trying because all of them took risks to come face this danger, whether they like it or not. This is the risk of becoming a guardian for himself. And for everyone there, he needs to protect them. Flame spear. Maximum output, so he takes the spear and throws it straight at those big guys with everything, boy. And at that exact moment, Urson arrives just in time and wonders what these weaklings are doing. Urson used to believe that being weak was a fatal flaw. If one falls, all the others fall too. But on that very day, Urson realized something. He realized that strength can also come from weakness, and that when someone stands up, everyone else stands up too, however. This spear attack, even at its maximum output, wasn't enough to successfully defeat the necromancer. However, just as the necromancer was thinking of regenerating, Urson arrives just in time, and with just a single attack, boom, he destroys the necromancer and half the forest. Boy. And before our protagonist passes out, he says that Urson should have arrived a little faster, and just like that, he faints. And Urson just gives a little smile. Then the prompt window pops up, right, man? You have received the recognition of the 10 judges, just like that. He completes the mission sometime. Later, our protagonist is waking up, right? The first thing he asks Professor Urson is if the others are okay. The professor says that thanks to him, all of them are safe. And according to Professor Humbert, all the students were saying that. If it weren't for our protagonist, all of them would have died, of course, there. A bunch of weaklings, however. Professor Humbert asked if he isn't curious about the test results. In truth, there were many concerns. From the moment the cultists attacked, the test, the assignment, and things of that nature lost their meaning. And in this moment of difficulty, cooperation is more important than competition. If that's really the case, that green-haired fellow. Totally got screwed, right? And with that in mind, all the selection judges came to a conclusion. In this selection test, the person who should receive the maximum score is our protagonist. And obviously, Hayes the guy who did everything right. And of course, after he heard that, he thanks Professor Humbert with all his heart and soul, because he can finally graduate from the academy. However, something leaves our protagonist curious. He asks, what happened to the cultists? The necromancer's right. According to Professor Humbert, they have started an investigation to uncover the motive behind all of this. Very soon, they will find the root of all this. Boy, he had a clever thought. In his mind, he really did, however. Before Professor Humbert could continue explaining, our protagonist tells him that it wasn't just one, there were 2 cult members. And of course, Professor Humbert got a bit confused. Right, I will make you pay for this humiliation. Child of the Flame Tower. But while our protagonist and Professor Humbert were talking, Ross arrived right on time. Professor Humbert says that Ross hasn't fully recovered yet, but our protagonist says Hayes doing fine, right? Relax, man. Sometime later, outside, Urson says that it must have been very frustrating for him to fight against those necromancers, especially since he had those weaklings. By his side, Urson tells our protagonist that he considers being weak a flaw, and he isn't going to change his mind about that. Our protagonist says he agrees. However, the weak exists so that the strong can become stronger, thus being able to protect the weaker ones. And the weak, by being protected by the strong, will somehow also try to get stronger. Therefore, in the end, nobody falls, and we all take a step forward. Together, Urson gives a little smile and says that it's not a bad answer then. He throws the robe to our protagonist and says that that robe is the robe of the Flame Tower. However, don't get ahead of yourself, boy. If you want to enter the Flame Tower, there's still a surprise test. Our protagonist is going to be a bit confused, right? Especially since the selection test has already passed. The only thing our protagonist needs to do is try to push Urson out of that circle, and obviously, he can use any type of magic, right, man? If our guy manages to push him out of that circle, even if just a little bit, he wins. However, if you lose, there will be a price to pay. So, think carefully, boy, so you don't regret any of this. But without Urson noticing, our protagonist takes a small stone and throws it. Inside, right, man? You want back down, right? You said it yourself, I can use any type of magic. Right? Meanwhile, on the inside, Professor Humbert feels an insane pressure and wonders what the hell is happening outside. In returning to the battle between our protagonist and Urson, from the looks of it, our protagonist managed to make Urson step outside of the circle in the end. And of course, Urson is impressed, because our protagonist was using magic armor, equivalent to the 5th circle. And even so, he managed to push Urson out of the circle, man. Wow, our boy is insane, man. But to end the professor's game, Humbert arrives all pissed off, man, asking what he thinks Hayes doing, especially since our protagonist hasn't recovered yet, however. Urson says that this whole Flame Tower tradition, he has nothing better to do, right? Stop acting like an old man, you old geezer. And of course, after hearing that, Urson gets pissed off at him, man, and after arguing with Urson, he tells our protagonist that Hayes sorry and apologizes for Urson. Look, our protagonist is totally fine with it, as he tells him to relax. However, there's one thing making Urson curious, because out of all the rookies who took this test that he created, our protagonist is the first one to manage to invoke an artifact with origin magic and also summon a spirit, man. And of course, after seeing that, the professor gets a bit curious, right? He managed to summon a spirit? Oh, if only. If we summon Pepe, for them to see right, as soon as they see him, they run over and find him so cute, man. There's no way around it. Even they think Hayes cute, man. Anyway, you can't resist his cuteness. Well, a few days later, our protagonist is giving his graduation speech. A while later, Professor Humbert said that his speech was incredible, worthy of a veteran, and of course, you can call him Professor, and he thanks him. Right, however. Professor Humbert says that Hayes no longer a student, so he can call him Brother Senior, okay? Brother Senior then, Professor Humbert asks if he has a place to stay in the capital. Russell says, Hayes thinking, about getting a small room on the outskirts of the royal capital and taking advantage of the moment. Professor Humbert asks if he doesn't want to stay at his mansion, especially since he can't go home until his contract with the academy ends. And clearly, our protagonist isn't going to refuse, right? However, he asks if that won't cause any trouble for him. But Professor Humbert said it's totally fine. So, that's great, man. A while later, our protagonist is packing his bags to finally go to the capital. However, while he was packing, the window already pops up, congratulating him for graduating from the academy, and as always, he received a mana stone. Right, but this time, a high-grade one, man, and also the same map. From last time, Quest 1, go to the location marked on the map and solve the following quest. According to our protagonist, there's no way he could forget that place. A forbidden island, where humans have no business going, Coolio Island. An island that is full of monsters and magical beasts. I didn't understand this ending. I didn't understand a thing. It's an extremely dangerous island, where you need to be at least a 6 mage to be able to venture onto that island. And of course, our protagonist is a bit curious. Like, why out of nowhere an opportunity like this appeared? What does it want from our protagonist? Hayes referring to that horn that entered his body. Back then, right, does it want our protagonist to simply become stronger? Who knows, right? Later, Urson was asking our protagonist if this is his first time in the capital, but of course our protagonist says no, since he has already been there before. And with that, Urson sees that he asked a dumb question. Because he is a Raymond, right? Of course he has already been there. So, our protagonist has a question for Urson about Professor Humbert's mission. He asks if it has anything to do with the cultists. Urson gives a little smile and says the boy is very sharp. He says yes, that Professor Humbert's mission is to track down the remnants of the cult. However, you wonder if it's correct to call them remnants, and out of nowhere, our protagonist says he wants to help. With this mission of Professor Humbert, you get a bit curious. Right, you want to track down the cult, but when he looks at our protagonist, he realizes that he isn't joking, especially because his eyes are very determined. So that's it, boy. If you're a man, you need to dream big. He says he will tell the master about this, hearing this. Of course, our protagonist thanks him, but Hayes only going to tell the master that our protagonist is just learning the magic that he taught him. Before arriving at the royal capital, the name of this magic is superheating, a magic that can kill with just a single blow. Urson explains that this magic spell, superheating, concentrates your magical power into just one single point to finish off your enemy. In just a single blow, it's basically like you're pulling back a slingshot. He needs to gather his magic with force and then release it. Urson asks if he can do it. And so our protagonist began his journey to try and perform superheating. Thus, he tried and tried for days and days. And in the end, boom, he managed to use superheating and blasted a crater open, man. Urson finds this impressive because adding superheating to his own original magic, he has never seen anyone with as much talent as our protagonist. However, the price to use this magic is quite severe. Right, man? Because it heavily consumes concentration and increases the magic even further. And because of that, our protagonist has to be careful of an enemy counterattack, right? After using it, and according to our protagonist, in that case, it would be too risky. To use it against a strong opponent? But Urson says, not necessarily. Because according to him, the best defense is a strong offense. However, just as you yourself once said, one day, an opponent much stronger, then you might also appear. However, the strong tend to underestimate the weak, and it is at that exact moment that your trump card will determine the outcome. Sometime later, our protagonist was thanking the Tower Master, because thanks to her, he managed to get this far. She just welcomes him, right? And for some reason, coincidentally, it seems our protagonist's visiting hours coincided with the Master of the Spear Tower. This long-haired guy with glasses right here is Alan Page. I don't know, man. A mage from the Spear Tower and the old man there who is obviously the Master of the Spear Tower. Is Melville? I didn't understand a thing. The old man gets a bit curious, wondering why it was marked in his schedule that he should come here. That's when the old man realizes that our hot master just wants to brag about her new disciple. She says that, of course, man. Obviously, that's what it is, man. Because according to our hot master, our protagonist is a hero who defeated the occultists at such a young age. And to be honest, she wonders why Hay's upset about her bragging about her disciple. While the old folks are arguing there, our protagonist becomes a bit thoughtful. Alan Page, a few years ago, received the title of the youngest mage of the Sixth Circle. In other words, Hay's a genius among geniuses. And he was also someone who helped him in his past life. Who would have thought he would meet him like this? Again, well, the old man also starts to brag, right, saying that objectively, Alan's skills are undoubtedly superior. And you already know, right? Here she goes. Again, this is when our hot master starts to argue with the old man, saying that it seems he forgot that our rookie is even younger than his. But the old man says that it's something he took into account before saying that, ha, and out of nowhere, an insane buildup of mana begins to emanate in that room. But before things went to hell, Alan stops the old man, right? And to calm the old man down, he says that they need to visit the royal palace today. And after hearing that, the old man calms down and leaves. But before he leaves, Alan turns to our protagonist and says that Hay's looking forward to seeing his performance at the upcoming competition shall get calmer, right? So she goes up to our protagonist and says that since this is their first meeting, he apologizes for any rudeness his master may have caused. Our master says it's fine. Right, relax. Boy, however, I am a bit disappointed. I really wanted to show my skills to you, sir. And after hearing that, the old man burst into laughter. He said that our boy is quite bold indeed. Where does all this confidence come from, boy? Just like that, the old man uses an ability similar to ocean waves. Our protagonist gets a bit curious. Right, so this is the magic power of the Master of the Spear Tower. I'm a bit curious. Manhwa guy is the Master of the Spear Tower and doesn't use a spear? Go figure, right? He finds it interesting, as if he were at the bottom of the ocean. Man, I think this is incredible, because even at his age, there are still many things that surprise him. Then he calls the attention of our gorgeous older lady, asking, why don't we make a bet? You're going to like this interesting bet of mine, the old man says. 5 years. In 5 years. If Russell completely catches up to Alan, I will hand over one of those sacred relics. Divine relics. It's a fact that they exist from the forgotten era of myths. Even the weakest relic possesses a magic power. Equivalent to the seventh circle, however, our gorgeous older lady, bold as she is, says, in 3 years. If Russell doesn't catch up to Alan in 3 years, I will be the one to hand over a divine relic. To you, old man. And of course, after hearing this, the old man goes wild. He tells our gorgeous older lady that shed better not change her mind. after losing. It's going to be you, old man. The old man turns around and leaves, right? But before he goes, he says that this is enough. For a warm greeting, he always makes a run for it, right on the stairs. Alan gets a bit curious, asking if the master really bet a divine relic, just like that, of course. The old man tells him, of course not, man. Therefore, give it your absolute best. Work hard to achieve your best, Alan. Just confirms it and says he will fulfill his role as a senior. Meanwhile, Urson is scolding our protagonist, asking if he doesn't know how to keep quiet. On his very first day, our protagonist just apologized to him. A while later, Daria says that Urson told her that Russell wants to help the professor track down the cultists. Our protagonist just confirms it, right? According to our gorgeous older lady. The moment the reconnaissance report arrived, they found the trail of the fugitive, who attacked the academy. The location of this place is a neutral city called Sudra. They say he fled alone without any companions. According to our protagonist, this city called Sudra is a paradise for criminals. From the looks of it, they chose a good place to hide. Since our protagonist faced the fugitive before, it would be easier for our protagonist to track him down than other people. However, child, that man must have prepared a trap. Even so, are you willing to take this risk? Our protagonist, for a moment, hesitated and stays silent, but he says that he will fulfill his duty as a guardian of the tower. And after hearing that, our gorgeous older lady told him to depart tomorrow, and clearly, our protagonist was happy, because this is the first step to prevent the death of Professor Humbert. A few days later, already on the journey to the city of Sudra, our protagonist was impressed with the quality of the potions in our protagonist's head. Hay's a bit curious, since she actually allowed him to go on the mission. However, clearly, she must be worried since the boy is a rookie. But while our protagonist was there reflecting, a place caught his attention. Look, that is the Louvre Museum. The museum where he obtained his powers and traveled back in time. Right, he grew a bit curious. Right, because the starting point of his regression was exactly in that place where he is standing now. And all this time, he has been thinking about why this miracle happened to him. And that's when he came to a conclusion. In order to evolve and protect people, he needs to get stronger, just like that. The prompt window already pops up, right? Protect the heart of the Dragon King. Currently stored in the royal capital, the reward is still a mystery, however. Out of nowhere, he received a second mission, Dragon Awakening. Conquer the power of the dragon with your own willpower, and the reward, as always, is an intermediate-level mana stone. However, he gets a bit curious about the first mission, right? Protect the heart of the Dragon King. It probably means he will have to perform a great service, worthy of receiving a reward from the royal family. But that, for our protagonist, is something impossible? Impossible, right, man? But then again, it's not. Completely impossible, right? But what's making him more curious is what this dragon power is. The system begins to provide an explanation about Dragon Awakening. Thus, an insane mana begins to emanate from our protagonist's body. And he gets a bit curious, because he already unleashed this before in the last battle. Against the giant skeleton, his magic power temporarily amplified, and when he looks at his reflection in the mirror, wondering what it means when he activates this power in his room, he's a bit curious, right? Always curious about this stuff. According to him, this power manifested during the trial of fire. Actually, it was way before that, right? But, okay, if he can manage to control that power according to his own will, and channel this superheating with the Dragon Awakening, he could create an incredible power, or perhaps a ultimate move that rivals sixth-circle magic. However, there is no way for him to achieve this right now, huh? Especially because it's a power that emerges only when Hay's in danger. Because of the mission, he'd want to be able to train it, right? However, looks like our little dragon had an idea. Look there. Look. He starts pulling on our protagonist. Trying to say something, right? However, our protagonist doesn't pay any attention to him, right? Look at the little dragon bothering him and then getting pissed off at our protagonist. He blows fire right in his face. Serves you right. What the hell are you doing, you crazy thing? That's when our guy realizes, right, that maybe he can help him in some way? Right. I also don't know how. But anyway, look at his cute little face. It seems to say that after our protagonist sits down, he climbs onto our protagonist's head. There he goes. And as soon as our protagonist closes his eyes, he begins to enter a mental space. In other words, the spiritual realm, where he met Pepe for the first time. Anyway, according to our protagonist, this place is ideal for magic training, however. What is he going to fight there, man? And when our protagonist looks back, Pepe is giant, man. Holy crap, guys. And Hay's cute. As always, right? Our protagonist says that Hay's grateful for his help. But there are no monsters for him to fight. How is he going to fight but out of absolutely nowhere? Several monsters begin to appear before them. Looks like he. Worried for nothing, however, the scene cuts to a bar, where the guys were talking, telling the captain that the cultists have moved. And the other asks if he should go after them. No. This guy here, who seems to be the captain, speaks, "Everyone, get ready. Because we are moving out." Look, he asks Jackson, "Who is this guy with the stylish big mustache?" Right here, to report to the Flame Tower that the situation there has changed. The guy with the stylish big mustache just confirms it, right, boy, and says, for them to be careful, however, the captain says, for him not to worry, because the deity created Daria is personally coming to provide support. Of course, our protagonist, right? Yes, they are. 3 days later, a guy was saying that the Flame Tower should go to Sudra as quickly as possible. An urgent report. The scout team from the Flame Tower has disappeared. Boy, meanwhile, in the city of Sudra, our boy is just strolling around calmly. They're right, and one of the guys there is a bit curious, wondering what a kid is doing in Sudra. According to our protagonist, using a teleport, it would take him quite a long time to reach Sudra. A week to be exact, right, boy? However, due to the mental training, in Pepe's spiritual realm, where time doesn't flow. For our protagonist, it felt like months, man. But in the end, he achieved dragonification. Boy. However, there are certain problems he needs to solve. The first problem is the short duration of dragonification, because when fighting against the monsters, inside Pepe's mental space, he can only last for 15 seconds. With dragonification, the second problem is the backlash effect that he feels after using this skill. And just like with superheating, he would be left completely defenseless after using dragonification. Boy. But while our protagonist was just chilling there, around the city, a bald guy stops him, asking if he was lost. And if he asked politely, the bald guy would show him the way. Oh, so that's how it is? Take this then. A while later, the bald guy is completely beaten up, saying that this place Hay's at right now is called the Yellow Raven. Or whatever, man, who knows? And after he apologizes to our protagonist tells him to get lost, right? Stepping inside, the man with the stylish mustache asks what he wants, our boy. Orders a 37-year-old drink, mixed with a 12-year-old drink. The other guy next to him says, "You're crazy, man. A drink like that, mixed with an alcohol content over 70%? You're just looking to die, crazy kid." But our protagonist says that indeed, drinking that much alcohol could really kill an ordinary person. However, this is a secret code of the Flame Tower. The man with the mustache is impressed, because who would have thought a young man like our protagonist is a member of the Flame Tower? So we need to set up a sound barrier around him. And Jackson is Jackson. His name, it completely blurred out. I think so, man. In other words, no one can overhear their conversation. Jackson says he was deployed there as the person in charge of the secret office of Yuri in the Yellow Raven, but it could also be introducing him as Russell Raymond from the Flame Tower, and blah, blah, blah. Exactly. That's it. So, they head outside to have a proper conversation.
Right, boy, then.
Jackson was telling our protagonist that the scout team disappeared 3 days ago. According to their last report, the scout team was pursuing the cultists through the ruins of the desert. Wow. Our boy asks if they fell into some kind of trap, but Jackson says they aren't stupid enough to fall into that kind of trap. So Russell asks if there's any map showing the way to the ruins. Jackson gets completely confused. A map? The ruins are not a place where you can go alone. Boy, the ruins where the team vanished are dangerous because they are close to the Empire's borders. And of course, our protagonist unleashes his aura at him. Boy, this guy doesn't trust me. Since that's how it is, and obviously, after seeing our boy in this totally badass form of his, Jackson got totally terrified. He had heard that our boy was at the 4th circle, but seeing him now, he is very close to the 5th circle, and our boy isn't even making an effort to show it, right? He can see the power of our protagonist. He says he will show the map. To him, meanwhile, that rogue who fled was telling someone that he really went all the way there, leaving his tracks behind. A mysterious guy and a mysterious girl say that he did very well, and they can already smell the scent of the pursuers. Will our protagonist be able to defeat these two? That's what we are about to find out right now, man. Sometime later, our boy was drinking some water to stay hydrated, right, man? Especially since the guy is in the desert, man, and they are sending me a message. Our boy was impressed because that place is much bigger than he thinks. So our group begins to circle the area to see where Hay's going to enter, especially since there are many entrances. However, we have a problem, boy. If it were a mission to simply find the occultists, you could just blow all this shit up and force them to come out. However, he can't do that because there's a big chance that the scouting team has been captured. True, right? There's no other way, guys. The only choice for our protagonists is to enter the place. And of course, our protagonist knows that they probably set traps everywhere. In that case, let's go from above, boy. And as soon as Russell goes inside, he's impressed because there's a giant mural of a dragon and a black-haired warrior. And he gets a bit curious, wondering what they are fighting against. However, that part isn't there. But while our boy was distracted there, someone says that he finally showed up. So the person who was pursuing me was you, boy. Thank you for coming, you. Save me the trouble of having to look for you. As a gesture of gratitude, I shall grant you death, mocking him. As always, Russell tells him that for a fugitive, Hayes being way too arrogant, the necromancer, who was the rogue that fled, ordered the dead to attack our protagonists. And according to the necromancer, these corpses are elite soldiers who died during the war. They are incomparably stronger compared to the last academy attack. This is where your grave will be, boy. Yeah, right. And to protect himself, just like always, he uses, actually, with more refinement than last time, firewall. However, this time something is different. Because during the time he spent in Pepe's mental space, Russell trained in other things besides dragonification. In other words, his magic is much stronger than before. He will expand the durable firewall magic and add the vector formula to it, thus creating a new magic called flame waves. And boom, he destroys the necromancer's entire army. The necromancer gets confused. Like, how did he get so strong all of a sudden? Found you. Our boy moves fast to catch him. And after hearing this, the necromancer gets even more confused. How did this kid learn? Flame detection magic. Man, Let me tell you, this guy has cheat codes for days. And weak as you are. You keep hiding behind the undead. He thinks about running away, but it's already too late. Man, our protagonist, charges right at him with everything now. And boom, it seems the necromancer has reached his limit. Damn, man. I thought the necromancer was stronger, but Hayes, just pathetic. I don't even need to get close to him, he tells him to surrender, but the necromancer says that it's impossible because he sold his soul. And even if that wasn't enough, in a way, he also sold his soul for his family. In other words, he sacrificed everything. And after he says that, 2 assassins appear behind our protagonist, and boom. And clearly, they thought they had landed a clean blow. A magic commander tells the necromancer that even though he tried to act as bait, he simply is pathetic. The red-haired girl says he looks like a dead rat. That really suits him. Damn, she went hard, man. The necromancer says that boy, he is the disciple of the master of the flame tower, which means he is our target. And after hearing that, they get completely furious. Man, are you seeing that little disciple of Daria? And after hearing him insulting our gorgeous older lady, our protagonist, gets completely furious here too, and everyone is pissed off. Don't you dare utter my master's name with that filthy mouth. Just like that. He receives a new quest: fight the cultists. Capture at least one of the 3 cultists alive or eliminate them all. And after hearing that, the red-haired girl gets excited, right? The purple-haired man tells the small one here. He must be a necromancer, right? Block the entrance. The red-haired girl says it's been a while since she last got this excited. However, there is one thing making our protagonist curious, because they aren't acting from the shadows with assassination techniques, but rather coming at him hidden, seriously. They're different from the enemies our protagonist has faced so far, man. Our protagonist asks. Then what happened to the scout group? They came here, now they get a bit curious. 2, right? Scout group? But the crazy red-haired girl tells our protagonist to stop buying time. So she unleashes her ability called Sting of the Demon Clan. And man, she charges right at our protagonist with everything. However, that's nothing to our protagonist, right guys? He manages to dodge it easily. But as soon as he dodges, there's already a strike coming. Right at him, though he manages to dodge that easily too. However, there's one thing making our protagonist curious. Do they really not know about the scout group? Or are they just pretending? Well, either way. There's only one way to find out, and that's by beating them up. The red-haired girl got completely furious with our protagonist, tells him to stop running, and unleashes a heavy blow. Right at him with full force, however. This time, our protagonist had activated Flame Spear. He tears through her attack completely. The necromancer says that spear was responsible for destroying the giant skeletons. Boy. After hearing that, the red-haired girl gets even more excited. So she activated her new ability. Two-handed Demon Clan Guard? What an ugly name. And after that, she fuses. Both hands just like that. Creating a new ability, Claw Spear of the Demon Clan. She didn't even copy our protagonist. No. Then, she makes a bet with our protagonist. To see whose spear is the sharpest, the purple-haired man tries to tell her. Don't go alone, but it's too late, girl. She charges at our protagonist with full force. So, he says that this is ridiculous. Are you afraid of a little boy? You're going to get blasted. Our protagonist prepares himself, and boom, he destroys her spear. With just a single attack, and of course she started catching fire, right? And out of nowhere, boom. Her head was severed by her own ally, the purple-haired man. Says he warned her not to go alone. He tells our protagonist, even though you are my enemy, I recognize the boy's strength. So, since it's come to this, from now on, I will also fight seriously. So he activated his ability, Tail of the Nightmare. According to the purple-haired man, no matter how good our protagonist is, He can't block all the attacks that are coming at him, however. As soon as he blinks, our protagonist uses flash and appears right beside him, catching him off guard, right, and using superheating on the body of the mage. Well, what he hit was a substitute, and a short time later, they already know what happened, right, guys? Our protagonist is beating up the masked guy, man, to find out information, right? Meanwhile, the necromancer is there complaining that Hay's going to die like this? And blah, 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 however. While he was whimpering, the purple-haired man says, there he spotted an interesting artifact. Meanwhile, the purple-haired guy tells our protagonist to stop playing around and just kill him. Shut up. Just answer what you're asked, then. He asks the same question as before. Where is the scout group? And for some reason, it seems like the purple-haired guy genuinely doesn't know for a split second. Our protagonist lowered his guard. And of course, the purple-haired guy noticed it, my boy. Just like that, he readies his dagger to attack our protagonist. However, something grabs him first. And when you look at what was happening, it was obviously the necromancer. Chanting a spell, I offer my life, my existence, even my death, of course. The frantic mages were completely frozen at the sight of this sacrifice. According to the purple-haired guy, that artifact he is using is the heart of the Hell Giants. The lives of others, not mine. The existence of others, not mine. Even the death of others, not mine. I sacrifice everything to you. And obviously, the purple-haired guy gets desperate. Right, because he doesn't want to become a sacrifice. But it was already too late, boy. He kicked the bucket too, guys. And since the red-haired girl and the purple-haired guy served as sacrifices, he completed the ritual, guys. In other words, out of this abomination, a giant monster suddenly appears right before our protagonist. And after this giant monster appears clearly, he received a new quest, right? The old quest, which was for him to wipe out the cultists, was updated. New quest. All cultists have been eliminated. Destroy the abomination, and for some reason, the monster is conscious, guys. In this case, it's the red-haired girl who turned into the monster instead. And as soon as she looks at her body, she gets furious with our protagonist. Boy, how dare you? To turn this monster back into a human being? I think it's impossible for you. Wait, isn't this ability the same as the red-haired girl's? But now is not the time for him to be thinking about that, boy. Because this magic is coming right at him with everything, and boom! Everything exploded. But of course, our boy managed to get out of there using his spear. That leaves our protagonist completely unfazed here. Because the monster couldn't even control its own power. And in the end, it ended up messing up its own attack. Wait, seriously? That's what our boy expected. Because the monster stands right back up, totally pissed off, boy. And as you guys saw in the previous frame, right, guys? The necromancer sacrificed the red-haired girl. And the purple-haired guy, in other words. The monster has the power of both of them, boy meaning boy. Just when the necromancer thought he had one, our protagonist hits him with a fire arrow. Take that, you fool. And according to our protagonist, guys, the necromancer is inside the giant monster. Your attacks won't work against me, boy. But it looks like from now on, our protagonist has a huge problem. Right, guys? Because the monster's defense is incredibly high. He needs to think of a solution. However, he doesn't have time. For that, right, the monster charges right at him. With everything it's got. Use your brain whenever you want, boy, at this moment. For now, our protagonist just needs to buy time. That's it. That's right, despair before my unbeatable power. But the monster didn't count on one thing. Our protagonist said that Pepe's going to help him, right? Because with Pepe distracting it, the monster will be easier to handle. Our protagonist uses Fire Wave, and boom. Ah, it hit the monster dead on. But it had no effect, right, guys, you idiot? Your attacks cannot harm me, however. When the monster looks around, where is our protagonist? Right then, Pepe appears just in time and unleashes a monster flame blast. Meanwhile, our protagonist is soaring through the sky while planning his next attack. Now that Pepe has caught the monster's attention, all that's left for our protagonist is to use an overwhelmingly piercing power. In other words, superheating, combined with the flame spear. So he charges straight at the monster with everything, using superheating. Together with the flame spear and the flash, he pierces the monster's head, however. If it weren't for the system, this wouldn't matter at all. I know, but my true attack is not over yet. Just like that, he uses his lightning casting skill. Hammer of the giant dragon, fall, and boom. He completely explodes the monster. See, and in the end, he managed to defeat the monster and take it down. And of course, he also completed the mission, right? And after defeating the monster, our boy falls to the ground to rest, right? Because his mana was completely drained. And out of nowhere, the skull of the necromancer, who was destroyed, falls near our protagonist and starts talking. Oh, what the hell is this, Raymond? I heard that Daria took in an incredible boy in her final years. Was it you, Raymond? What the hell is this, man? What is he talking about? I wonder if the son will be more interesting than the father. And of course, after hearing that, our protagonist gets furious, man. Who are you? Relax, boy. You will find out sooner or later. And also how your father was in the final years of his life. He had a pathetic appearance. Then the skull crumbles in our protagonist's hands. Who are you, you son? While our protagonist was lamenting, there was someone in the distance, watching him and sending a report. Meanwhile, in the 12th Desert Regiment of the Imperial Army, 2nd Battalion. This blonde guy here is the battalion commander, by Count Monty Marti. I think that's how you pronounce it. But if it's not, whatever. He was a bit upset, right? Because, according to the report, there was a confrontation with an individual, suspected of being a mage from the Edmund Association, and also a cultist, and with the outcome, obviously being our protagonist's victory. Right, and judging by the magic power, the level of the mage is of the 5th circle. Or higher, the blonde guy gets even more upset. Right, calling for the intelligence officer then, he asks the guy furiously how it is possible that he didn't realize that a mage of this caliber had come so close to his territory. The guy just apologizes, right? Then according to him, there was no report of unusual movements of high-ranking mages from Edmund. I mispronounced it earlier than the other guy spoke up, saying that it's possible Hayes a new mage because there's a rumor that the Flame Tower has recruited a new member. Its youngest meaning our protagonist, right? Since he just graduated from the academy. So there isn't much to know about him, right? According to him, as long as our protagonist doesn't approach their border, there is no need to worry. But the blonde guy gets pissed off at him because he says that even if our protagonist is a recent graduate, he is already above the 5th circle. See, that means he can become a significant force for Edmund. In the future, in other words, he has no choice but to send that crazy guy. Meanwhile, our guy is in the desert, resting, but Hayes a bit pensive. Could it be possible that a cultist killed my father anyway? Now is not the time for that, right? Because it seems our protagonists realize that there are people following him, and they are probably a reconnaissance group from the Empire. You got it right, you rascal. However, when our protagonist stands up, he spots a person far away, and out of nowhere, the body of that person starts to blur, and suddenly Russell's head dodges, because he knows something is coming his way. And in that instant, his face was cut. In other words, that person used aura, just like that. He receives a new mission, Invisible Enemy. For the first time, you have encountered an enemy at a level you have never seen before. Escape safely from the enemy's clutches. You won't believe it, because that person is Spando. An imperial superhuman, Spando, thinks it's interesting, because he was aiming right at our protagonist's neck. Indeed, the report about him possessing the strength of the fifth circle was truly correct. It looks like now our protagonist is in deep trouble, because this guy is the disciple of the great master. Swordsman Mikai, however, the word that best describes this person is Spando. Haha. It will be fun to kill you, Spando, you maniac. He finds it interesting, especially because our protagonist knows his name. Now you can accept the moment of pain that you are about to experience. Now things look bad for our protagonist. And there's a slight problem, right, guys? This guy uses Crimson Aura, and he is a person, our protagonist, will never forget, man. Because in the past, just because they crossed paths with him, he brutally slashed the entire mercenary group and killed them. And of course, our protagonist died too. Back then, he only didn't die right away because of Alan Page. He arrived right on time to save our protagonist. But even back then, even with Alan Page having surpassed the limits of a mage, he was barely able to subjugate him, man. Meaning, our protagonist was totally screwed, man. Returning to the present, Spando got tired of the small talk, so he launched an attack. Straight at our protagonist with everything, and blood flew. And obviously, our protagonist wasn't going to just stand there, right? So he used a 5-layered shield, but the shield was destroyed, man, however. At the very last second, our protagonist manages to dodge, and after this attack, our protagonist gets curious. Like, how did Alan Page manage to deal with him? Spando says his judgment is good, stacking his shield in multiple layers. Interesting, boy. But the density of your magic power is too low, so he launches several attacks at our protagonist again, and that's when our protagonist realized density. And when the blood slash was almost getting close to him, he uses Flame Spear. And Spando gets impressed, because he was hiding something useful, like this all this time, but it didn't end there, man. He takes the Flame Spear and bam, throws it at Spando with everything. Obviously, Spando gets impressed, because the shape of the spear remained intact, even after he threw it. But clearly, he just uses his blood shield and blocks the spear. Truly, these aspects are what make battles with mages more interesting, however. When Spando least expected it, our protagonist appears behind him. Bam. But you know how it is, right, guys? Spando is highly renowned, and because of that, it wouldn't be easy to defeat him, man. So, clearly he dodges, right? Just like a rat. You even know how to use Flash, boy. And bam, he slashes at our protagonist with everything, guys. But obviously, our protagonist manages to dodge using Flash, right? But even so, Spando still managed to cut him. How long has it been since I've had this much fun? Clearly, our protagonist gets isolated because Spando enhanced his physical abilities by enveloping his body with aura, meaning it's incomparable to our protagonist's mage body. However, that's when Spando rubs salt in the wound and asks if all the people from the Flame Tower are this stubborn, and that's why our protagonist gets a bit curious. Like, what do you mean by that? Haha, it's because that group I encountered a few days ago, they didn't give up until the very end. The missing scout group was your doing. Let's look for the scouts, our protagonist thought, planning to flee after a brief clash. But this is no time to think about the future. And after seeing this power of our protagonist, Spando gets excited, right? You hid these powers. While facing me, let's see. If you can hold your ground, while your entire body is torn to pieces. So, Spando unleashed multiple slashes. Straight at our protagonist, however, using Dragonification. He moves forward, destroying Spando's attack. Hayes just going straight at Spando with everything. Like this, because I don't know if you remember. But he only has 15 seconds to use Dragonification, man, meaning it's all or nothing. So he takes the Flame Spear, jumps up, and boom. Ah, right. Spando charged with everything. At least that was what he thought. Because Spando appears behind his back and says he doesn't know what little trick he used, but it definitely temporarily increased your powers, and bam. Their powers clash, and with 9 seconds left for the dragonification to end, he keeps charging at Spando with everything, however. Spando keeps defending and activating his aura, and with only 6 seconds left, Spando says that if even this isn't enough, then it's a useless power. Well, it's time to end this, boy. Just like that, he uses his strongest skill, Blood Cyclone, and charges at our protagonist with everything, just like that. The two skills clash. Spando flies to one side and our protagonist to the other. And using his brain, our protagonist drives his spear into the ground. And boom, everything explodes. Man, however, not even. This was able to defeat Spando, guys. With 2 seconds left for the transformation to end, Spando is disappointed. Is it already over, however? Our protagonist has an ace up his sleeve, right guys? And with only 1 second left before the skill ends, placing both of his hands on the ground, he casts a new skill, the 6th Therical Magma spell, Uza. Uza is a skill whose principle our protagonist was already aware of, but since it required 6 Therical magic, obviously he couldn't use such advanced magic normally. It's a spell that starts with small embers and covers the entire area with magma. In other words, with this skill, our protagonist managed to defeat Spando, guys. He says that our cute little dragon, Pepe, saved our protagonist, right? And when our boy was leaving, he saw Spando. Completely beaten down, man. Any last words? Spando says it's funny, isn't it? They give you the glory of protecting the country, but they don't tell you how to survive it on this path, boy. You will need to kill over and over again, because the path of a guardian is indeed a bloody road, therefore. I welcome you to war. And after those beautiful words, he dies right in front of our protagonist, honestly, guys. Up until now, this guy Spando was the best villain that our protagonist has faced. So far, because the others are all total cowards. And of course, after eliminating Spando, he completed the quest. Meanwhile, at the mustache guy's bar, Jackson was talking to some guy about Spando the Knight. Of the Empire, he mentions that Spando is probably acting in secret in the desert, and according to the guy, there, the disappearance of the scouts might also be related to him. He nailed it. And obviously, after hearing that, Jackson gets worried because if this is really true, the divinity of the Flame Tower is also in danger. Man, in other words, no matter how skilled our protagonist is against Spando, he probably won't win. But as soon as he says that, look who arrives there, guys. The man himself, our protagonist. Man. He slams Spando's sword on the table and says, "Head like a glass of water." After that, Jackson went to report everything that happened to the Flame Tower leaders. Mage on a mission. Russell Raymond defeated the occultists, and also Spando, and obviously after that, the news spread across Camelot. Not just in Camelot, but the whole world. Man, Russell Raymond, the last heir of the fallen House of Raymond. There was a rumor that he had defeated the abomination, the magical beast of the cult, even though the boy is a rookie in the Flame Tower. The rumor was hard to believe. And as soon as our protagonist returns, there are our hot master, Professor Humbert and Urson, waiting for our protagonist. Over there, everyone is dressed in black. Wait, is this a funeral? But anyway, our hot master thanks our protagonist for coming back alive, and even though some felt relieved, some others became even more competitive. The old man is impressed, saying that it's going to be a difficult door, while some were relieved and others were burning with a competitive fire. At the same time, the bad guys felt hatred and anger This is the master of Spando, Mac High Rugers. You'll just call him Red, a much cooler name, right? He gets furious, asking if that's all those guys have to say, in this case, about Spando's death. While everyone felt different emotions, so it will be an eye for an eye, disciple for disciple. All of them had one thing in common, a strong impression left by Russell Raymond. Daria Snow White. I will get my revenge for this at all costs. A few days later, our protagonist was talking to our hot master about the occultists involved in his father's death. Daria gets a bit curious, since many records were lost during the war, and because of that, it's difficult to find out what really happened. Besides, she's going to be busy. It won't be an easy thing, boy. However, we need to do this before that, but one thing is for sure. If we keep pursuing the occultists, the truth will be revealed, boy. Wow, look at this, guys. It's really something. Our protagonist says that. Together with the Flame Tower, he will always be there for her. Then they finally arrived at the Magic Tower Council. But before they go inside, Daria tells him that he can put his doubts and anxieties aside and expand the horizons of your knowledge. Boy, the Magic Tower Council, a society that gathers the masters. Of the more than 20 towers that exist within Edmund, what a hard name. 2 months. I go, thanks. To the fact that our protagonist defeated Spando, he was able to reach this place. As an assistant to the master, even though Hayes just a rookie, some people stop him and say, so this is the boy. They call the divinity. It's an honor to meet you, boy. Our protagonist just says thank you. Meanwhile, someone far away says it has indeed been a long time. It has been a while, master of the Yellow Tower. That bald guy there is Niccolo Machiavelli? No freaking way, man. They copied the name right to his face. Man. I am definitely going to call him Baldy, because man for sure. That name doesn't suit him at all. No way, damn. But anyway, Daria introduces him to our protagonist. She says he is the organizer of today's Magic Tower Council. So our protagonist bows respectfully and greets the guy. The bald guy, right? But Baldy bursts into laughter and says there's no need to be so formal, especially since you completely wiped out the disciple of that damn scoundrel. This leaves our protagonist curious. That damn scoundrel. Our red guy, right? According to our hot master. He is the swordsman master of the empire. In other words, the man named Spando was his disciple. Baldy gets excited, saying it was refreshing to hear that, and while everyone was talking. Normally, they're about Spando, and blah 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 the old man, with the face tattoos arrives, asking how our hot master is doing, making some yellow tattoos. And as always, this hot master and the old man start to argue, right? And obviously, after seeing the two old folks arguing there, the guy starts to back away. Then the old man says that since they brought up the subject, she shouldn't forget about the bet they made, right? But our hot master says that, of course she didn't forget, right, man? All these of courses I said are very clear. It's too much clear for my taste. Then the old man smiles and leaves. Our protagonist doesn't understand anything. I think he starts to brag. They're saying that his disciple is this and that, and blah 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 blah. However, before things start going downhill, Alan takes him away. Just leave, you brat. I wasn't finished talking. A while later, finally, they are going to start the Magic Tower Council session. The main subject they're going to address today is about the ruins that are obviously being excavated on Calvin Mountain. Calvin. According to the bald man, the ruins appear to be from the era, the mythological era. There is evidence that nothing has been looted. Yet, in other words, there's a good chance the relic is still intact. And I don't know what relic that is. No. Obviously, our protagonist gets a bit curious. So he asks Daria, a mythological relic, Daria? According to Daria, they might end up unearthing an artifact. That will shake the times. So, The bald man says that's why. They need the help of these two people in this case. To protect the site, right? The rising star of the Spear Tower, and Russell Raymond of the Flame Tower. I would like to ask this favor. If you protect this place, then everyone. Start saying it's a good idea. Since our protagonist proved his skills, and blah 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 blah, Daria gets all smug. Because people are saying, of course, after all, he is that person's disciple. However, someone in the back says, just hold on, this guy here is Blaine Fragley. I think that's how you pronounce it, right? The master of the Red Tower. He is a guy who asks if he minds sharing the reason. So he mentions Alex Raymond, meaning our protagonist's father. It's basically for this reason. Because of the defeat of our protagonist's father. So everyone gets upset with him. How can the son be blamed for the father's defeat, even though it cost the lives of most of the mages? After they left the battle without permission, after hearing this, everyone goes silent, however. Daria says that this is pure speculation. As there are no records from that time, however, he says that she is wrong, because he was there and saw him flee with his own eyes. And of course, our protagonist gets a bit curious. Right, his father fled. Our protagonist gets a bit curious. Right? Because it's no secret that his father died during the war. But why is that man saying these things? He keeps saying that the Raymond family owes a debt to the kingdom that must be paid. But how would the young mages feel if we entrusted such an important mission to the Raymond family? If Russell is put in charge of protection, they need to know that the Red Tower will provide no support. In this expedition, after hearing that everyone is at a loss for what to do, because leaving the Red Tower is out of the question. The guy is trying to manipulate them, right? Because he stirred up the crowd with just a few words. But that was already normal, right, guys? It was already expected from the Red Tower to tell the truth. Judging from his past, this was probably obvious to him. Archduke Bismarck. He has the confidence of the king's uncle. Who is the man with the most powerful title? In the territories, Archduke Blaine Fragley. Obviously, after seeing this, the old mages get completely furious. And according to the old man from the Spear Tower, this makes no sense at all, boy. Clearly our gorgeous older lady gets completely furious, right, guys? Telling our protagonist not to move because she will handle this. However, our protagonist says that he would like to ask something of the master of the Red Tower. Can you take responsibility for what you just said, Blaine? Blaine gets a bit curious, right? Responsibility? Russell refers to the responsibility for having insulted the Raymond family. But before our protagonist could speak, for insulting the Raymond family, but before our protector could speak, just as our gorgeous old lady was about to say something else, she tells the boy to stop because this is not the time. And trying to touch upon our protagonist's sore spot, he speaks as if the honor of a fallen low-level family meant anything. Russell Raymond, be grateful that Daria is your master. If it weren't for that, I would have ripped out your tongue and made an example out of you for the other arrogant and reckless mages. But while he was trying to scold our protagonist, right there, a person from behind says that the master of the Red Tower acts as if he were royalty. Someone might mistake you for his majesty. Oh, after seeing this, everyone gets a bit nervous, because the person speaking those things was Princess Kate. I'll just call her Kate. Clearly, after seeing Her Highness, everyone offers their greetings to her. But it leaves Blaine a bit curious, huh? Why is the princess there, man? Then she speaks. Right there from what I heard outside. The master of the Red Tower seems to have a point. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Man, is she going to take the side of this ugly guy? In other words, if someone has a debt, they must pay it. Ah. Daria tries to say something, to see if the princess will change her mind. But the princess says that he should give this person the chance to do so. Regarding the excavation, I order the spear tower and the flame tower to act as guards. Along with the red tower? Boy, obviously after seeing that, Blaine gets excited, right? Warning the princess that this is not a matter that can be treated lightly. Then she counters that even though the red tower is asking who the highest authority of this excavation is, clearly the bald guy says that it is Her Highness, right? Meaning everything will happen according to her wishes. Boy, having said that, she turns around and leaves, right? Leaving our protagonist a bit curious. Right? Because why did the princess help him? But anyway, that's something we'll only find out later on, sometime. Later, already in the carriage heading home, clearly, Blaine was not pleased, saying that this is his chance to cut the Raymond family off at the roots. However, while he is heading back home peacefully, out of nowhere, the boy felt a presence. And of course, to protect his master, he climbs on top of the carriage to see what it is, right? And from the footwear, you guys already know what it is, right, guys? It's our gorgeous old lady, damn it. And of course, the kid was on high alert, right? Pointing his weapon, ready to strike at our gorgeous old lady, boy. If I were you, I'd lower that sword right now, kid. Daria is going to kick your butt, however, before things got bad for the kid. Blaine tells the boy to lower his weapon. Blaine says that judging by the relationship between the two of them, it looks like she didn't come all the way here to offer him an apology. And out of nowhere, our gorgeous old lady says, Blaine Fregley, she asks him if he really witnessed the death of our protagonist's father. According to Blaine, he says that he didn't see it exactly. But why do you want to know that, Daria? Says that she is trying to get to the bottom of this. And that's why she went as far as to ask him just to be absolutely sure. Blaine says he doesn't believe she went that far. Just because of that, I don't believe that. Were you by any chance close to the deceased, Raymond? But out of nowhere, Daria gets furious. Man. Saying that this is a matter that concerns her youngest disciple. In other words, the disciple's matters are also the master's matters. It's a very simple thing. I am simply trying to help him set things right. In other words, don't get in my way. But out of nowhere, Blaine changes his mind. He tells his man to turn the page because there's something he needs to check a day later. Our gorgeous old lady was telling Russell that he will depart tomorrow. However, she asks if he will be able to perform. While being so stressed out like that, right then, she asks him if what that old man said is bothering him. However, he says no, right? But deep down, Daria knows that those who acclaim her as a deity, they are suddenly accusing his father of cowardice. That being the case, how could the boy not be affected by all this? Relax, boy. Eventually the truth will come to light. I would like you to just focus on forging your own path. This leaves the boy a bit curious, right? Because forge my own path. After hearing this, he shouts to Daria, telling her to guide his path. Once more clearly, after hearing this, our gorgeous older lady gets excited, right? But of course it won't be an easy path, right? However, this path must be walked, as that's the only way. A child will step out from their parent's shadow, no matter how massive that shadow is. 3 days later, at Calvin Mountain, our protagonist finally arrived at the location. Right, damn it, man. Why is it so cold here? And since it's freezing cold, our protagonist decided to use magic to warm up the place. While our protagonist was there observing everything, a person asks if he is Russell Raymond of the Flame Tower. The man says that he was waiting for our protagonist and tells the boy to follow as our protagonist was walking around. There, he notices the yellow tower of the Royal Path, the yellow tower of Everhall, and the yellow tower of Ashes. In other words, all the Earth-type magic specialists are gathered there, boy, then. The guy asks our protagonist if the scale isn't impressive. All of this that our protagonist is seeing was made from magic crystals. The boy is impressed, right? Because they really look like mirrors. The guy says yes, and that's why. They are called the ruins of the Mirror Era. A while later, a guy introduces himself to the boy. This is Spando of the Yellow Tower, the man in charge of the expedition. Our protagonist introduces himself. They're saying that he is Russell Raymond of the Flame Tower, and blah, 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 right? However, our protagonist is impressed, right? Because this guy who is in front of him is a very skilled person who reminds him of someone famous from the Yellow Tower, of the Royal Path, and also he is the archaeologist and adventurer who discovered the most ruins in the entire kingdom, right? In other words, the guy is a god. Our protagonist can clear up some doubts that are on his mind, right? But while our protagonist is talking with the old man, out of nowhere, Alan, wait, wasn't it Alan? Oh, whatever. I'll call him Alan anyway. Alan finally arrives. There too, right? Saying that it's a pleasure to work with our protagonist. Look, at that man, Hayes a clever genius. Huh, he knows how to carry his weight, right? Well, I wanted to protect the relic from the Age of Gods. Then Alan says that now. That guy is the guardian of the Red Tower. As soon as he arrives, they will be able to discuss their shifts and missions together, right? Then the old man says there that it's comforting to have the kingdom's mages protecting the excavation site. But what kind of trouble could there be in these ruins to warrant sending an entire squad? Here, that makes the old man a bit curious, because this seems like an exaggeration. However, while the old man was thinking there, out of nowhere, an explosion happens, and simply out of nowhere, in the middle of the explosion, a crystal golem appears. Boy. And after the golem sees the humans, it unleashes multiple attacks upon them, clearly hitting some of them. But the old man won't take this lying down, boy. He created a stone barrier, protecting the others from the attack. He shouts for all the earth mages to raise a wall and block the attacks. Meanwhile, a girl helps a guy, however. While she was helping this guy, the golem appears right behind her, and obviously it unleashes multiple attacks upon them. But our protagonist won't let the golem hurt anyone else, boy. In other words, flame spear, boy. After stopping the golem's attack, our protagonist asks if they are okay, but that's when he notices something. Purple hair. Don't tell me that person. Yes, it's what you thought. What our protagonist thought, what I thought, that person is the princess, bro. But there's no time for that, bro, because the monster is coming at them with everything. However, there isn't just one monster. Over there, the other one is also present, meaning full rational focus, and bam, he strikes the ice golem with everything, bro. However, this attack was not enough to defeat the monster. But I think it's also a bit foolish, right? Attacking ice with ice. But anyway, this just leaves the monster. Pissed off man, however, where there are two monsters, there's room for one more monster. In other words, blood flame sword, and boom. He destroyed it right there with just one attack, guys. This is Jerome from the Red Tower. Damn, that guy is insane, okay? And as soon as he arrives, he gives a little glare at our protagonist, and our protagonist gave him a little glare back. But before the introductions, 3 days ago, Blaine was asking someone about Russell Raymond to anyone about Alex Raymond, because our hot old lady started investigating his death, right? He asks. This certain person, if he has any idea about it, this person Blaine is talking to, guys, is that same skeleton face who spoke with our protagonist, man. Ah, skeleton face. Gets a bit curious. Like an idea, you say? No, you don't. Have any reason to worry? Other than the fact that you ordered his death. I knew it, man. I told you. It was this ugly bastard who had killed our protagonist's father. Guys, see then? Skeleton face. Skullhead. Asks if Hayes afraid of getting caught. But Blaine says no, because Hayes just disappointed. If skeleton face had gotten rid of our protagonist. During the gathering of the towers, this wouldn't be happening. Because if it weren't for that, Daria wouldn't even have a chance to have doubts. Clearly, after hearing, that skeleton face gets pissed off, saying that this only happened because he was misinformed. That our protagonist was just a child, however. Before things could get worse, right there, someone in the background asked if they called him all the way there. Just to keep bickering, this is Bismarck Hartman. The Archduke, after Bismarck arrives, Blaine explains everything that happened to him regarding the princess, having interfered in everything, and blah 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 blah, Blaine explains. To him that originally, they planned to keep the guards to a minimum, however. Before he could continue, Bismarck tells him to get straight to the point. How does he plan to take over the ruins? He says that Jerome, his disciple, will join the guards. In other words, as soon as the boy creates a gap in the protective barrier set up by the Yellow Tower, the henchmen and the cultists will ambush the expeditionary group, bro. Bismarck gets a bit curious, because how do they know? For their plan to be successful, they will have to subjugate the masters, who protect the current king, and to cut off the support of those masters. They need that artifact from the ruins. In that case, I think we can use a little insurance. But returning to our protagonist, the princess here is pushing him into a corner. Our protagonist gets a bit curious, right? Asking what she is doing. What are you doing? Are you going crazy? Hay's going crazy, she tells our protagonist. To stay quiet, since her presence there is currently confidential. Meaning, this must remain just the way it is, she continues. By saying that he should simply ignore her and go about his usual business, although this might be a difficult thing to understand right now. It's the right thing to do, boy. Our protagonist tells her that she must be very attached to the ruins, because if it were him, he would also be disappointed if he didn't do them personally. Or he tells her that she doesn't need to worry about anything, because Hay's not going to say a word to anyone, I think according to Kate, the princess. His Majesty the King and the high-ranking mages are in a frenzy, trying to keep her quiet. But you don't seem very worried. About me, Russell says that it was only for a moment, but he saw the princess's monstrous aura. In other words, I don't think I need to worry. Right, I was going crazy, calling her a monster. Anyway, right after that, she flicks our protagonist on the head and makes a run for it, right? Finally. Someone with a decent character. Ah, damn it, man. I should have asked for a dragon's heart. In exchange for my silence, a while later, our protagonist finally arrives and apologizes for the delay. He asks Alan, what is going on? According to our buddy Alan? Alan? Whatever, man. That's what they're trying to say. What they are trying to destroy is a barrier called spatial rupture. In other words, spells don't work on this barrier, boy. And even after trying over and over, again, to destroy this barrier, they couldn't do it, boy. And obviously, that leaves the old man completely furious, right? But while our protagonist and Alan they're watching them try to destroy the barrier, Jerome says that he must send a report to the Archduke. He really is a snake, right? A while later, Alan says there is a way to break the barrier, meaning with a relic from the Age of Gods that is in the possession of the Spear Tower. Right. But according to the old man, it's impossible for them to lend such a precious relic so easily. But Alan says that's why he plans to go personally. And clearly, after hearing this, the old man got all excited, huh? Saying that, as a representative of the Yellow Tower, he promises to return this favor. And blah, 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 blah. After saying that to the old man, he apologizes to our protagonist and to Jerome. Because hell have to leave, right? And that snake Jerome, after hearing this, is already planning everything, right? Because since our buddy, Alan won't be there, only the war mage will be left there. And since Alan won't be there anymore, right? Our protagonist had spoken to Jerome, saying he would like to discuss the rotation of the night watch. However, I think our protagonist is going to say something. He says, "Hell, go first, boy. There we go, man." Another target for our protagonist to deal with. After making that crazy face, there he turns around and takes off. Boy, our protagonist gets a bit curious. Right, didn't he have a rather sinister smile, man? But anyway, right, a while later, while the guys were on guard, simply out of nowhere, some masked guys appear in front of them, and obviously, they tell the masked mages to hold it right there, because this is under the jurisdiction of the Yellow Tower, boy. However, before they could try to do anything, they were taken down, boy. And obviously, it was by that bastard Jerome. Right, that curse of a man after that bastard massacres the guards there, right? He opens the path for the masked guys now, when the man with the black mask here looks like Hayes, their leader, right? Says, since Alan is already far away, today is going to be a massacre. Boy, he says, that the smell of a groaning corpse is delightful. Damn, Jerome tells him to have patience, keep it cool. He simply has to take Spando. As a hostage, the man in the black mask asks, what should we do? With the child of the flame tower, in this case, our protagonist, right? That's simple. Kill. Him, I won't tolerate any mistakes like last time. You complain too much for a mere spectator.
Boy, don't you, however.
Before that mess happens there, the man in the mask says that they are on the same side, right? Why are you fighting, you fools? Well, here is the beloved, illegitimate child of Lord Blaine. And obviously after hearing that, Jerome gets completely furious, man. So, he charges at the man with his axe with full force. However, it wouldn't be so easy to defeat this guy, right? Man, relax, boy. Can't even make a little joke. Open up your heart a bit. Just like these guys, then he tells the boy that he doesn't know whether this will happen or not, but if things go wrong, do not forget that goal the Archduke gave you. And for us to find out what kind of goal that is, we have to go back a few days. Before, while Blaine was telling him to remember after the mission is over, you will act as a ghost until the day the Archduke ascends the throne. Therefore, there must be no survivors returning from the expedition, but clearly the boy gets a bit hesitant, because what if the master gets worse? Will it really be all right if he uses that outfit that the Archduke gave? Then Blaine asks the boy, don't you want me to recognize you? I will simply believe that you won't fail. No, matter the cost, returning to the present day. Oh, Jerome was setting everything on fire, man, because according to him, he must become a ghost who spreads terror and despair. But meanwhile, our protagonist is asking the old man about a dragon. And this is the dragon our protagonist is talking about, right, guys? It's that dragon he saw in the mural while he was facing the cultists back there, but the old man says that not even he can give a direct answer about that. But there is a creature worthy of attention. As an analogy, namely the Divine Dragon King, apparently this story makes him a bit curious, right, Divine Dragon? He asks the old man if a creature like that really exists, right? However, even the old man doesn't know for sure. Since there aren't enough historical records, he doesn't know enough about this creature. So why the hell are you talking about it then, however? According to history, they created someone capable of fighting against any evil. But while the old man and our boy were chatting there peacefully out of nowhere, the little dragon Pepe summons himself, our boy. Gets a bit curious. Like, why did he summon himself, man? But his curiosity didn't last long, because completely out of nowhere, an undead appears right there, boy, and boom. The creature self-destructed, boy. Meanwhile, at a certain location, in the camp, there are some mages trying to stop that guy in armor. However, their attacks have no effect on him. How pathetic, and they get curious, like, how is this brute still standing after receiving all this damage? What damage? Boy, you're going crazy, but without giving the mages much time. With just one swing of his axe boom, he completely destroys the mages, boy. While the guy in armor is causing a massacre, boy, the masked guy is walking around calmly there until out of nowhere, two mages try to ambush him from the front. But that's nothing to him, because as you guys saw, before he can create portals, in other words, he created a portal, redirecting an attack back at the mages, and they died. Where is that old man from Spear Tower? Returning to our protagonist, the old man was furious, shouting, "How dare these lunatics try to ambush me?" Just like that, our protagonist gets a bit curious. Since there is only one group that uses the undead, namely the cultists, boy. So, he turns to the old man and apologizes, saying there's something important he must protect. After that, he takes off. What do you mean there's someone? More important than me? Of course. There is old Mano Princess Kate. Speaking of our girl Kate, she is fighting against tons and tons of undead to protect some cowards there, right? Like, man, can't these guys protect themselves? Look at that. While they were running away, that guy in armor appeared right in front of them, it seems. Wait, what? Damn, man, no way, it's impossible. But seeing this, Kate charges straight at him with everything. Because according to her, she needs to end this with just a single blow, boy. She charges at the armored guy, however. It looks like it didn't go very well. Look at that. If only you had a more appropriate weapon. Maybe you could cut me, girl. Take off that armor and see if she doesn't cut you, you jerk. Take it off. Take it off. Take it off. I can't take this any more, but being Princess Kate, she cannot give up there, boy. In other words, she must protect her people, however. Just as Kate was about to charge at the armored man, with everything, our protagonist arrives at the arena, crashing into the night with full force. Man, clearly you're worried about our girl. Kate, are you okay, I mean? The one from the supply group? Are you crazy? What a strange way to call someone. Well, what should I call you then? The spear bearer, then. So, you are the flame divinity. Our protagonist tells her to take the people to the entrance of the ruins, because they would head to the section where I would meet up. There, especially since Il handled this. Worried about our protagonist, she asked if he would be fine on his own, didn't you? Say you would give me a chance to pay back my debt. After hearing that, she gives a little smile and backs away. It'll be more fun. If you guys attack together like that, relax. It's going to be very entertaining. While the knight was distracted, Peppy appears right in front of him and attacks him with everything. Nice, Peppy created this chance for our protagonist, and he prepares to create a new skill, combining superheating with flame spear. If he manages to fuse flame spear with superheating, he creates a new skill called explosion. Cheap tricks like that won't work against me. But our protagonist doesn't care about that at all, man. He lunges right at the knight, finding that a cheap trick too, and boom, he completely blows up the knight, man. But meanwhile, while the mages were fleeing, Jerome appears right before them and will slaughter them all. And finally, after a long time searching, he finally found the spearman. However, while Jerome was analyzing the situation, he saw a rather curious person. Princess Kate. This leaves him a bit curious. What is the princess doing there, man? But there is no time for that, because out of nowhere, an explosion happens right next to him. And who could have caused that explosion, guys? Clearly it was our strong protagonist, right, man? He destroyed the knight's defense, whom nobody was able to even scratch. Man. Well, so that's your face. But with that ugly face of yours, you look better with the helmet on. Obviously, after seeing that, the knight gets furious with our protagonist. Don't get cocky, you arrogant boy. After that, he activates his aura and his glowing second heart. Damn, the guy has 2 hearts, man. After the activation is complete, he charges right at our protagonist with full force, unleashing countless attacks. our protagonist gets a bit curious, because that knight is insanely fast, man. However, that guy was much faster than him, boy. After gaining a good distance and positioning himself, our protagonist charges right at him with everything, and swish a strike from Flame Spear. This ends here, however, when our protagonist sent the knight spinning like a Beyblade. The masked leader arrives and saves the knight. Just in time, boy. Oh, you're done for. Shut up. That being said, he activates his new skill called Clones then. He takes his spear, and swish, he unleashes powerful strikes with everything. However, the masked leader had an interesting idea. He opens a portal directed right at where the princess and the others are. In other words, our protagonist's spear is heading straight toward them, man. Oh no, man. Is our protagonist going to wipe everyone out? Right there, guys. That's what we're going to find out now, boy, and obviously. After blowing everything up, our protagonist went to check how they were doing, and he arrives there completely desperate, especially because the princess was also there. Guys. But as soon as he gets there, everyone was wiped out, except for the princess and the elder at the scene. He can see everyone dead. Our protagonist says he is so sorry. Because this was all his fault, however, when our protagonist was there lamenting, Jerome arrives there again with the princess, with his schemes and plots. As always, our protagonist charges at him and thanks him for saving the princess. And as you guys already know, this idiot takes it the wrong way. In other words, he takes his sword and slashes our protagonist, Man Urson. And the old man couldn't understand anything, because Jerome really betrayed them, and seeing his master injured, Peppy gets enraged on his own and charges at Jerome. With everything, boy. But to save this piece of trash, Jerome, that masked guy arrives just in time and saves Jerome, sending Pepe to another place. Jerome says to the masked guy that he is sure he told him to take Spider-Man as a hostage, but he almost killed everyone there but the guy says that he can pass for a hostage. 2. After seeing this casual conversation of theirs, Spider-Man gets furious with Jerome's son. You really betrayed us. However, he couldn't do anything because he was Isley, defeated by the knight. Boy, and one thing leaves the masked guy curious. He asks who that woman is. Jerome says that she is Princess Kate. In other words, if they have her as a hostage, they can even control the Edmund Kingdom. Jerome continues, saying that because of his foolish actions, all of this was almost for nothing after finishing off everyone there and capturing the princess. They were thinking about leaving. But did you guys think our protagonist would let them leave just like that, guys? After doing all of this, I doubted, even though Hayes injured, and almost checking out our protagonist, Ari says that he won't let them leave there alive, boy. And seeking revenge, the knight says that he will take care of this boy, and everyone was confident that the ugly knight would defeat our protagonist since the guy was all beaten up, man. But the protagonist here is Russell. The guy is not a knight, right? In other words, Cloud Ring, Miss Summoning. This is my revenge for before Die Brat. And when the knight thought he had one, Dragonification, and boom. He completely blows up the knight. Man, this leaves the masked guy a bit curious about this. This mist that he summoned, was it just to block their field of vision? Or is there something more behind all of this? It seems there is a good reason why your predecessors were defeated. He can feel, even without seeing, a rapid increase in mana that goes beyond common. Since the masked guy gets a bit curious, wondering what this could be, but there's no time for him to keep thinking about it, boy, because in the blink of an eye, our protagonist was already in front of him, and he cuts him down, boy. And obviously after defeating Jerome gets furious with our protagonist. Right, especially because if he leaves survivors, he will fail the mission, and if he lets that happen, it's the same. Thing is dying dual-wielding stance. Blood flare sword. Now that Jerome has summoned his swords, he charges at our protagonist with everything, son. Now things look bad for our protagonist, right, guys? Because dragonification is almost reaching its limit. Boy. In other words, he is going to bet everything on this blow. After the swords clash, an explosion happens, and our protagonist falls to his knees, coughing up blood, and Jerome had his chest pierced? Man. Everyone was terrified, waiting for this crazy guy to die. Man. Our protagonist gets a bit curious, because in the end, he just passed out. Wait, how did he pass out? With a hole like that in his chest? Man, how bizarre. The masked guy says that our protagonist is very naive because he really thought he was the only one. With 2 hearts, the same goes for this guy. A power that rivals the power of a dragon, a chimera heart. Damn, what an insane transformation. Man, I thought it was awesome, but you were going to get wrecked. Right after, this leaves Urson curious. Right, a chimera heart with the transformation. Jerome's mana scale became so massive to an immeasurable level. Or with just a lift of his arms and the closing of his hands, he lifts the masked man. Easily, boy, Jerome asks. Him, if. He was hiding his powers on purpose, so that he would use his heart. But the masked man says that he wanted this. Because didn't he skip a few magic? Circles thanks to his heart. Besides, he didn't even need Jerome to lose against our protagonist, right? He was a piece of trash and lost, right? But anyway, he let the ugly guy go. And he says that he did things in the wrong order, Russell. Raymond, you will be the first one I will destroy. And using this monstrous power of his, he pulls our protagonist toward him. Easily. He says that our protagonist used a great amount of pressure just now, but in the end, he couldn't protect anyone. It's over, Russell Raymond, and with just one attack, he created a rift in the spatial protection barrier. That the other mages were struggling to break, right? But our protagonist, determined as always, says that this isn't over. Just like that, he launched an attack at Jerome. With everything but nothing. Happened right because Jerome is totally overpowered now, man. The guy is insanely strong now. Damn it, I changed my mind. This is the death you deserve. Just like that. He throws our protagonist into the spatial rift. Feel your soul shattering into pieces. Inside the rift, die. Russell Raymond, face your incompetence. For the rest of the time you have left, and out of absolutely nowhere, our protagonist wakes up in a hospital, guys. He gets a bit confused, right? Wondering where he is. Wasn't he just in a battle? A moment ago, a blonde girl. She tells him that he is in the hospital in the royal capital of Camelot. And without understanding anything, he rushes past the nurse, asking what happened in the battle at the ruins. The elder, the princess, what happened to them? The nurse says that he was admitted to the hospital because basically he had a seizure while they were cleaning his room. Damn, guys, could it be that all of this was just a dream, man? I don't think so, right? I think because of that portal Jerome threw him into, it must be messing. With his head right after hearing this, he gets desperate, calling for our little dragon Pepe. This leaves him quite curious, right? Because could it be that he returned too before his regression? To tell you the truth, no. He is certain that all of that happened. It's not possible that everything I lived through was a dream. But before our protagonist could cause any trouble for everyone, there a lady arrived and stopped them, telling them to talk somewhere else. Sometime later, the doctor says that everything the nurse said is true. After fainting at the Louvre Museum, he showed extremely strong signs of hallucination. But cutting the doctor off, Russell says that this kind of thing didn't happen to him. Him hallucinating? No, she is going to ask our protagonist a question if he has ever heard of the term Tree of Nightmares. This so-called Tree of Nightmares is an evil tree that deludes people with the sweetest illusions. Some people starve to death beneath it, and after those people are gone for good, This tree uses those bodies as fertilizer. And this leaves our boy a bit curious. Right, wondering what this has to do with him? Apparently, the pollen from the Tree of Nightmares kept at the Louvre Museum on that day leaked. In other words, besides our protagonist, a number of people showed symptoms of hallucination. And of course, after hearing the doctor say this, he gets devastated, right? Because everything he lived through was a hallucination. She hands over the complete diagnosis and says that now it's time for him to wake up from this so-called dream, obviously. The boy is devastated, right? Was all of that a dream? This can't be true. Does my master Daria still remember him? And to check this, he goes to Daria's mansion, finding the way to meet with our gorgeous old lady. He goes to the mansion. I found the direction in the area. To meet up with our hot old lady. He says that all of that couldn't have been just a dream. The sensation was too real. That realistic feeling he had at every single moment he lived through, it couldn't have been just a dream. But as soon as he gets close to where our hot old lady is, the guard orders him to stop. Our protagonist says Hayes there to see Daria. The guard gets a bit confused, wondering who our protagonist is. Meanwhile, in the boy's mind, he is absolutely sure that if it's our hot old lady, Daria, she will recognize him. So, the guards ask who our protagonist is. He says he is Russell Raymond, and he was a disciple of our hot old lady. Daria, the guys get a bit confused. This Raymond kid. I've never heard of this brat before. And obviously, he thinks our protagonist is a lunatic and tells him to get out of there. And since the bodyguards wouldn't let our protagonist inside, he tries to break in by force, but obviously the guy wasn't going to let him. He throws a heavy punch right at our protagonist's face, knocking him back. After all this commotion, who shows up there, guys? Our hot old lady, asking what on earth is going on there. So, the guard says, that boy insists he is her disciple. My disciple. Do I know you, boy? Obviously, after hearing our hot old lady say that, he becomes even more devastated. Right, guys, sometime later at the Louvre Museum, our boy was completely outraged, because all of that really was a dream, caused by the pollen of the nightmare tree. He started hearing the crystal, the dragon's heart, saying there's no way this is true. And if this is a dream, someone wake him up. Before it went too far, but before he could break anything else there, the guys show up and grab him, telling them to drag him away. To take the boy out of there, there's no way this is happening. After that, he tried to prove that his life hadn't been just a dream, but in the end, it was completely useless after all that. A few years passed, and he desperately tried to resist this incomprehensible reality, but just like with anyone else, guys, time slowly numbed him. In seeing a picture of Alan Page becoming the youngest master in the Spear Tower, the boy completely lost hope, saying there's no way someone like him would be given a chance like that. Sometime later, at the Walker Hill Academy, Russell says he didn't expect to end up back in this place. He emptied his mind and abandoned his ambitions. And in the end, he abandoned himself and turned into a shell of a man. Right, guys? I bet you guys think this is all a dream, man. But while our protagonist was sweeping the leaves right there, he heard some people bullying someone, guys. Am I going crazy? Man, isn't that Frederick? Right here, Frederick, or whatever that crazy guy. Our protagonist took care of... No. While he was watching from the background, Frederick, you'll just call him the smug blonde, the blonde guy says. What makes you think you can act this way? Just because they talk to him for a bit. Does he really think they are on the same level? But the boy or the girl, whatever says they don't give a damn about that, especially since they are going to become a mage. Or she, whatever, man. After hearing that, the blonde guy starts mocking him, saying how a piece of trash, like him or her, damn it, I don't know, you'll just call him he. Anyway, screw it, how a piece of trash. like him with a narrowing of Manhwa veins. Thinks so highly of himself, damn it. It's the exact same situation as our protagonists. He continues, think about the crime your family committed, or it'll leave a mark that you will never forget. And when the blonde guy was just about to blast the kid's forehead with fire, right there, wait kid, woman, whatever the hell, looks like a woman, the kid gets a bit confused. Because as soon as he opens his eyes, all three of them were knocked out, obviously. Our protagonist completely destroyed them, right guys? And after this event, the kid wouldn't stop following our protagonist around, so he asks the kid, why Hayes following him? But the boy says Hayes just reading a book, right? And that it's the best place for him to focus, but we all know that the boy, it's following our protagonist because our protagonist is protecting him from those ugly guys there, right guys? When our protagonist is near, those ugly guys don't mess with the kid, right? And regarding the narrowing of Manhwa veins, Russell says he knows someone just like him who used to attend the academy. Obviously, after hearing this, the boy gets curious, right? Asking what happened to him. But our protagonist says he was expelled because he couldn't overcome his own limits, like a piece of trash that is determined to be useless. He couldn't achieve his goal for a mage. The narrowing of Manhwa veins, unlike a terminal illness, sometimes requires the courage to give up, but the boy says he can't do that. He can't give up, however. Before he could continue his conversation, a bald guy called our protagonist out, right? Our protagonist asks him what it is, right? Because apparently this bald guy is his boss, right? He tells him to take care not to mingle with that boy. Our protagonist says he doesn't quite understand what he means by that. He says that that boy is the son of the traitor, whom the master of the Red Tower overthrew, known as the Fallen Family. Meanwhile, in a certain place, a skull head was saying that the world of the Guardians is heading toward its end. Let's go to the Walker Hill Academy and announce our return. Returning to our protagonist and this kid whose name I don't know. Right. The boy was trying to cast an ice magic spell. I think it's ice, right? But in the end, obviously, since he has a severe disability, even worse than our protagonist did, he fails, right? But out of nowhere, our protagonist appears there and asks why he doesn't give up on becoming a mage. The boy says he made a promise to his mother that he wouldn't give up, no matter the situation. But while our protagonist and the boy were talking there, that blonde guy arrives again, showing up there, right? That extra really doesn't learn, does he? He loves getting his ass kicked, man. Seriously, right? He says that this time, Hayes going to finish off our protagonists, Russell told the boy. To watch closely, especially because this is the only way for you to become a mage. Just like that, he channels some magic into his hand, and boom, finishes off the extras. With just a single blow, guys, the guy talks. Talks and talks but does nothing. Right? This extra doesn't learn. My man is going to get his ass kicked again. After kicking those extras' asses, our protagonist became the kid's teacher. Right? Teaching the boy how to restrict his mana veins. Obviously using the mage's body overload. Basically, the same training he did at the beginning of the story. Right, guys, after running, the magic replaces the mana veins with the body, training the muscles unlike an adult, whose body is already fully developed, the potential is maximized. If a still-growing child uses it, but our protagonist says the speed of his progress is miserable. What's up with that, protagonist? You were awful too. With that, what's wrong, boy? You promised me, but is this all you can do? But the boy isn't going to give up that easily. No way. He asks him for one more try, right after training with our protagonist. The day for the study of practical combat arts finally arrived. It's the exact same thing as our protagonist's experience, right, guys? The guy is just repeating everything that happened to him, right? He even defeated the I forgot his name too. Man, just like our protagonist. And they finally mention this kid's name, right? It's Spando. 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 You'll call him Spando, whatever, it's easier. For me to say, man. And the exact same thing happened that happened to our protagonist, right, guys? After Sphinx won, the crowd in the audience was talking about how a guy like him won, blah, 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 after winning the battle. He looks at our protagonist and says that it was thanks to him that he managed to win this battle. But while our protagonist was observing everything there, someone in the background says that it has been a very long time. It has been so long, hasn't it? Russell Raymond. Oh, guys, this blonde guy right here is Coma? Frederick. Wait, someone? Mentioned that kid over there is his son? Damn. Man, I got it all confused anyway after some time. You guys already know what happened, right, guys? Since our protagonist is weak right now, he is getting beaten up by Coma. Frederick, and the one who snitched on our protagonist. Was that ugly bald guy over there? That damn bald guy? Man? Ha. Ha. So ugly. I didn't get this ending. I didn't understand a thing. Ha ha ha, Coma Frederick. Says that because of him, his son was humiliated multiple times after hearing that the ugly guy over there is his son. Our protagonist says no wonder they are both equally trash. Frederick says it seems our protagonist isn't aware of the situation. If I use my connections, I can easily expel not just you, but I can also expel that boy you adore. After seeing that, our protagonist, right man, bursts into laughter. Adore that boy. I only teased him because it was fun messing with him. Today, after this conversation with Frederick, he ordered our protagonist to leave. To get out of the academy, however, when our protagonist was leaving, Sphinx asks him where he is going. Our protagonist just says that Hay's leaving, right? And like a curious teenager, the boy asks for the reason behind his departure. Our protagonist just ignores him and tries to run, but the boy steps right in front of him, telling him to listen and not ignore him. So, Russell asks him what he expected from someone. Like him, did you really think I was your professor? Or something? Stop dreaming. And of course, after hearing those words, the boy gets sad. Right, guys? Bursting into tears. Meanwhile, Frederick was saying that this is why he loves money and power. Because with those two things, he can do whatever he wants, right? But out of nowhere. While he was bragging there, completely out of nowhere, 3 occultists appear in front of the carriage. And when Frederick wanted to try and say something, boom, the occultists blow up his carriage, man. Everyone got wiped out, man. I liked that. Going back to our protagonist. While he was leaving, out of nowhere, he hears an explosion. And obviously he gets a bit curious, right? So he goes back to see what's happening. As soon as he gets there, the whole academy is on fire, guys. Meanwhile, at the academy, the occultist says that today's attack shall announce the rebirth of the cult to the world, spread out in grave horror and despair, and create a sea of blood while everyone was getting wiped out. The only one left was Sphinx. The occultist gets curious. Right, a little bit scared. How are you still alive? It took a long time, right? A few minutes? After he tried to stop the occultist, he was almost wiped out, right? And it was at the exact moment that our protagonist arrived. Right. The occultist says that he is amusing. Why don't you run away, aren't you? Afraid of dying, boy? But the guy says that he bought enough time for the others to manage to escape, so he is satisfied. Meanwhile, our protagonist was observing everything, saying that he is sensing an enormous magical power. Not even the professors managed to stop that man. He says that when he received a chance, it was so that he could develop more and protect people. He ended up becoming a guardian. But after waking up from that dream, he was powerless. What can he possibly do? Inside his mind, he says that he has to escape. That's right. There's no reason to sacrifice your own life. Meanwhile, the cultist is calling the boy a piece of trash weakling. saying that he should know his place, however. The kid says that he knows better than anyone, that he can't win. And simply out of nowhere, he uses the exact same words as Russell. Protecting people is the calling of a guardian. After hearing such words coming from the boy's mouth, obviously he cannot let this slide. Just when the boy was about to get finished off, our protagonist charges at the cultist, piercing his stomach with a wooden sword. However, that wasn't enough to stop the cultist. He readies an attack, and bam, hit his face dead on, boy. But that was enough time for the boy to prepare an attack, magic circle, ice stake, and bam. He hit the cultist with everything, man. And taking advantage of this opening that the spirit got for our protagonist, he takes the spear and thrusts it into the cultist's neck. After defeating the cultist, worried about our protagonist, the boy asks if he is okay. Our protagonist asks the same question to him. Are you okay, boy? Our protagonist tells the boy to leave quickly, before the other cultists arrive. But with tears in his eyes, the boy says he cannot leave him. They're alone, boy. Listen carefully. Acting like this will make me a master, who cannot even protect his own. Disciple, go. Live and become a guardian, keeping. One more promise won't hurt, right? Then the boy, breaking down in tears, says that he promises, I will become a guardian. Goodbye, master. In those final moments, our protagonist says that he was always like that. He is like his dream, lost like the courage he abandoned, and that was why. Our protagonist hated him from the bottom of his heart, but it was also why he liked the boy. Thanks to you, boy, I was able to live again then. He charges at the cultists with everything, with a magic that can only be learned by understanding the principle, regardless of whether the circle is high or low. Flash. You have to survive, Flash. Oh, he charges through the cultists with everything and boom. But unfortunately, he was finished off, guys. However, simply out of nowhere, he wakes up in a mental space with a guy, saying that it's time for him to go. He gets a bit curious, right? Wondering where he is? Well. So you've finally awoken, this mysterious person. Asks, how was it in that world? Russell says that he lost the dream, to which he persistently clung. But while he was talking to this mysterious being, he sees the spirit on the other side, wondering if it didn't manage to escape. From all of that, in the end, I couldn't protect anything. But the mysterious person says that he is wrong. Russell Raymond, the heir to the dragon's power. Obviously, our protagonist is curious, right? So he asks who the guy is. I am the master of this perverted world. People call me by another name, Temple of Mirrors. I knew it, guys. I told you this crap was all a dream, man. Man, if it keeps going like this, it's going to suck. I would drop it right now if it keeps going. Like this, man, clearly. Our protagonist gets curious about the Temple of Mirrors. This mysterious person says that's exactly it. This place shows the deepest fears of your mind. In our protagonist's case, it's his worth. Why did you receive such power? Are you worthy of possessing this power? You had your own and unique answer to that question, and out of nowhere a memory comes to our protagonist about a choice he made. Once, it was so that he could evolve more and protect people. The answer behind this questioning was to become a guardian and protect people. So, all this suffering he went through, it was just a test. So, he says yes, and Russell surpassed his own. Response, he demonstrated that he can become a guardian. Even without those powers, he did. This through his own choice. To protect other people, as the soul of the spirit departs as his last words. He says he won't forget his promise. The mysterious person says that the body before him is not an illusion. It is the courage that protected him until now, and it will have to protect him in the future as well. He says that he can finally fulfill his long-standing vow. It is time for you to leave as a new light. Just like that, a system notification, appears saying that he received other things. He absorbed the dragon's blood, restructuring his body. And finally, he acquired the first golden mask. And at last, after all this suffering, all this testing for our protagonist, we are returning to the present. Hell yeah. Where Jerome is fighting against Alan Page, and man, Alan took a beating to the point. Where the boy is completely wrecked, dude. The masked guy says he heard a lot about him. That Hay's a genius, and is truly incredible, since he knows how to control the situation. As soon as he arrived there, but one thing. That left him quite impressed. Is that who would have imagined he would use the artifact as bait to save the princess? But that didn't change a damn thing, right? Look, the masked guy asks Jerome if Hay's done playing around, so they can leave, right? But no. Before they leave, they need to destroy the barrier first. The spirit gets desperate because that relic is a relic from the age of the gods. In the princess's mind, she wonders if there isn't anything they can do. But just as Jerome was about to destroy the barrier, simply out of nowhere, the relic was repelled. All of them get a bit curious, wondering why it couldn't break through. But that's not it, guys. No. It's not that the relic couldn't break through. It's that our protagonist didn't let it break through, bro. And the boy looks terrifying with that mask. Look at that. After seeing the mask that our protagonist is wearing, both Jerome and the other masked guy were deeply impressed. Because that mask should be impossible, but there's no time. For that, bro, when they least expected it, our protagonist went straight at the masked guy with everything. He even tried to use the portal to stop our protagonist. But it was already too late, man. Our protagonist hits him dead center. Meanwhile, Jerome is in disbelief. He can't believe our protagonist destroyed the portal. And wearing the mask, our protagonist tries to say something. To them, right? But what are you saying? I couldn't understand anything, so. He takes off the mask and says he is glad they are safe. And I didn't understand one thing. They were impressed. Because our protagonist was wearing the mask. Once again, anyway, he wonders how our protagonist got there, Alan, in his mind. Speaks to his master, saying that bet he made with our hot old lady won't be so easy now. Meanwhile, the princess says she can't believe he came back alive. But there's no time for that. Because Jerome is furious with our protagonist, and at the same time, our protagonist tells the princess that they'll talk about this later. So, Raymond, your return won't change anything. I will kill you and take the artifact. And out of nowhere, boom, an explosion happens. Clearly, it's Jerome and our protagonist fighting in the skies. Jerome says that mask belongs to him, our protagonist. Asks if it was Blaine who planned all this. Shut your mouth. Then, he uses an attack and hits our protagonist dead center. At least that's what he thought. Because our protagonist was already behind him. Stop now. And admit that you are Blaine's puppet shadow. Then Russell tries to strike him with everything. But in a fraction of a second, Jerome manages to dodge. Man. When he lands on the ground, Jerome says that the truth is simple. He is not his shadow then. Jerome readies his aura, and he sends a slash straight at our protagonist with everything, however. By a hair, our protagonist managed to defend against this powerful attack from Jerome. Jerome says that if he had the mask, Blaine Fregley would be the one in his shadow. Power makes everything possible, and you know it well. Russell Raymond. But our protagonist says that power isn't the most important thing. Just like that. He puts on the golden mask. I didn't get this whole golden mask thing. Considering the mask is clearly white, go figure, right? This mask. Our boy put on helps clear his thoughts and induces the manifestation of the blood of the dragon. In other words, from now on, our boy can activate the second phase of dragonification, guys. Would you like to use this mask? And obviously our boy accepts, right, man? Second stage. Dragonification, Jerome, power isn't the most important thing. In other words, courage is what comes first. Courage? You say such nonsense because you're someone who has never fallen into darkness. Darkness. That's not true. I've been in the darkness. 2. The only difference is that I followed the light style. Russell Raymond, Magic Spear Guy Bong? What a lame name. He'll just call it Golden Spear its way. Cooler anyway. Russell Raymond style. Golden Spear. See that man? So badass? Nonsense? If that's true, then prove it. He charges straight at our protagonist with everything. And as his sword and our protagonist's spear clash, a giant explosion occurs, and obviously with the mask equipped, and the second phase of his dragon power activated. Our protagonist is way stronger than Jerome, guys. Just like that, he rips off one of Jerome's arms, tearing it away, and this just doesn't compute in Jerome's mind, because Hayes supposed to have a chimera. Heart, right? So, since he can't seem to defeat him, give up, Jerome, shut your mouth. I cannot lose here. And as a last resort, Jerome pulls strength out of nowhere and spawns 4 more arms, however. It seems that this power he just used exceeds the limits of his body. In other words, this is his final attack. And the same goes for our protagonist, because there are only 10 seconds left before the dragonification ends. Then so be it. Maximum power die. Russell Raymond, but in a fraction of a second. Jerome's attack was almost hitting our protagonist, superheating. And with just a single motion, boom. He obliterated Jerome, leaving only half of his body in his final moments. Jerome says he can't give up like this. But even though he uses the remainder of his leftover strength, it seems that this is where his end will be. He wanted to become a dragon, but couldn't make it to the very end, so this was his fate, and right in front of our protagonist. Jerome dies. Guys, finally a good villain. After Spando, right guys? For the love of God. But I still prefer that battle with Spando. Man, it was way more badass, while the purple-haired guy was over there admiring the view of the volcano. The only people who stayed alive in this case, Alan, the princess, and the old man call our squad to leave. And of course, we couldn't forget our little dragon. Peppy, right boy? And he arrives and headbutts our protagonist, crying in his lap because he thought our boy had died, right? Our protagonist is relieved, since he thought Pepe had gotten hurt. Right, guys? But it looks like Hayes doing fine, and look, Pepe is crying right there as they reunite, so after everything that happened, after all this battle, the princess tells them to go to the Edmund Kingdom. And after our protagonist and the others left, the masked man takes Jerome's hand and leaves without saying a word. And it's in this mood of happiness and suspense that we finish the first season, guys. What awaits our boy? From now on, guys, will he unlock a new power? And will Peppy become absolutely massive? And will our boy? Is he going to stay with the princess, guys? I don't know. Right. I'm looking forward to new adventures. So that was it, guys. This was the video, in case you want a second season. Hit the like button and check the description. Damn it and don't forget to subscribe as well to help us out, right? So that was it, guys. That's the end for me. And until the next adventure, damn it.